how those spike strips interact with those tires. See LAPD's airship overhead providing that night sun down on the vehicle. They have a night sun as well as a infrared camera on board, so they can see a little better inside that vehicle, look for anything, as well as that can be a great assistance in that termination of the pursuit if the suspect does run. Another tool that they can use in stopping the pursuit is a pit maneuver, pursuit intervention technique. Essentially disable the vehicle by spinning it out of control in a very controlled way in a area that is safe to do so. Officers work very, very hard on training to be able to do a pit maneuver successfully. It's a very hard thing to do, I can tell you from experience of being in a unit doing a pit maneuver on a closed track, just how hard it is to talk yourself into hitting another vehicle. You're trained as a driver from a very young age to never, just how hard, hit another car, and then these officers are pretty much told that, hey, to stop a pursuit safely, you're going to have to hit that back bumper, spin that car out of control, and it's just something that's totally against our nature as drivers. But there's very specific rules and regulations on when these different tactics like the spike strip or pit maneuver can be used, and in this case neither have been authorized at this point, just due to the nature of this pursuit and that suspect possibly having a weapon. They don't want to put any lives in danger by spinning out of control, and now the suspect's facing the officers head on, and maybe he decides to shoot at the suspect or shoot at the officers, and it causes a whole nother kind of swell of problems. So right now their tactic is to follow this pursuit wherever it goes, wait for it to stop, whether that suspect runs out of gas, crashes, or just stops and gets out and runs. We thought that might happen a few times. He's been hard on the brakes, coming to a very slow roll, but he just continues to drive very erratically from slow now in the 20 miles an hour range up to now 60 miles an hour range. And just here in a few miles, we're going to be coming up on the 405 freeway, so we'll see what the suspect does there. Right now we're in the Carson area, 110 freeway northbound going through Carson Street. And coming up here shortly, we will be at the 405. So that area unit overhead is also taking on another role for those LAPD units on the ground. He's calling out traffic behind the pursuit that may be getting involved or getting too close, so that the units farther back in the pursuit can stop those vehicles and prevent them from getting involved. You just see the long line of LAPD units here, and then you have the highway patrol behind that doing that traffic break to prevent the civilian traffic from getting involved. A very large response here from the 77 Division as well as the Harbor Division of LAPD with assistance, if necessary, from California Highway Patrol. Slowing down once again, coming up on the 405 freeway here. This is northbound 110 freeway. LAPD in pursuit of this man with a gun. We have a perfect shot into that unit, or into the suspect vehicle right now, so we're going to take a look since we have that opportunity. We got one hand on the wheel, other hand in the passenger seat. Really unsure what he's reaching for or doing in there. It looked like he was on the phone. It looks like he's on the phone possibly right now. Could be calling family or someone else now. Dropping that phone. And we're continuing still northbound 110 freeway. About 10 miles an hour, 10 or less miles an hour here in the number 3-4-ish lane. And then we're going to speed back up to 20 miles an hour here at Torrance. Now it's hard to tell from our distance, but that doesn't look like a California plate on the vehicle either. Unsure where this vehicle is coming from. So as this pursuit continues northbound on the 110, coming up on the 405 just here any second, what the LAPD doing is strategizing what units they need involved in this pursuit. They have commanders taking harbor units out of the pursuit now, putting other agencies back in now in that number 1 lane, kind of weaving between lanes. Still about 15 miles an hour here, coming up on the 405, slowing back down to 10 miles an hour here. So those commanders are both, we have leadership on the ground involved in the pursuit, as well as watch commanders back at the stations. Go ahead. Speeding back up here in that number 3 lane here, northbound 110 freeway. Going to be going through the 405 here, so you'll lose them for just a second. But those watch commanders back at the station, what they're doing is watching this pursuit, listening to it, and deciding what's next and what is safe for those officers to do to end this in a very successful and safe way. And so they are coordinating with the supervisors on scene as well as that air unit to get the most accurate information and make the best decisions possible to end this pursuit and take this suspect into custody. Still northbound 110 freeway, you can see that traffic on the on-ramp is stopped. They stopped on their own. They don't have any police ahead, so they saw this coming for a while and did the right thing, held that right shoulder, staying out of the way of this pursuit. We're working through that 405 interchange right now. Still northbound 110. So north of the 405 freeway here on the 110 freeway. Next, pretty much off-ramp is going to be the 91 freeway, so we'll have to see what happens there. But the suspect has now sped up about 30 miles an hour, approaching that 91 freeway, jumping over to that number 3 lane. And if he continues in this 3 or 4 lane, he'll kind of be set up to take that 91 eastbound. What they're asking for on the ground right now is another traffic break because the last one's already let up, and there's cars passing this pursuit from the left because there's an overpass that dumps the 405 into the left lanes rather than the right lanes here as we are now northbound 110 coming up on 91. Now you might be thinking we got slow speeds and open freeway right now, so the perfect formula for that pit maneuver is pretty much right now, but the watch commanders haven't approved that yet just due to the dangerous situation of this man or the suspect possibly having a weapon. They don't want to spin that vehicle out of control, disable it, and then that suspect get out and fire at officers or something. So they're trying to figure out a better way to stop this pursuit than doing that pit maneuver currently. And now we're still continuing northbound 110 freeway, about 40 miles an hour through that 91 off-ramp for the eastbound. And next is going to be the option for the 91 westbound, which is really Artesia Boulevard out here. The 91 kind of ends here at the 405. So we'll see if he does, he gets off there and goes into kind of the Torrance area, or a little north of Torrance right now, or if he continues here 110 freeway northbound. And continues what's pretty much a very, very long, obscure circle from South LA down to the harbor and back. So even though we're in an active pursuit right now, and LAPD is working on chasing the vehicle and getting that vehicle to stop, the commanders as well as the supervisors on the ground are also thinking very much ahead, and they are doing their best to strategically plan for the end or the termination of this pursuit and what each unit involved will be responsible for, who will have the responsibility to take the suspect into custody, who will provide cover support, as well as whether they'll need canine or other assets in the area just in case the suspect runs or any other situations arrive. So even though we're still active in a pursuit that's moving on the freeway, those commanders and supervisors are also thinking about the other aspects of when this ends, because this pursuit isn't going to be over until that suspect's in custody. And now we're slowing down hard on the brakes again, sitting here at roughly Redondo Beach Boulevard here, northbound 110 freeway. You can see those units spreading out, getting ready, say they need to block the freeway and get ready in that position of advantage to take the suspect into custody. But the suspect is still very, very agitated inside that vehicle. We'll try to get a better shot in there right now, reaching around and reaching under that passenger seat, they continue to say. And they're just really unsure what he's doing in there or what's on his mind, what state this suspect might be in. So the officers are being very cautious. He's been very erratic in driving, but hasn't put very many members of the public in danger, especially once we've gotten on this freeway. It's a very, very static and closed situation where they can control the environment, slow down that traffic so there isn't as much public in the area. So in terms of pursuit, an erratic driver like this, freeway is a good spot for them as the LAPD can better strategize, better take control of the situation because they don't have to worry about people standing on corners or other traffic turning in lanes or going through intersections that might cause an accident and put others in danger or in risk of injury. We're just trying to get another look inside the vehicle. Slowing down to 5 miles an hour. Again, just at a crawl here as we're just going through Redondo Boulevard. LAPD's, the air units just called out that there's a disabled vehicle just ahead of this here on the side of the road. So use caution to those officers on the ground for them. We wouldn't hate for something to happen and that civilian be affected by this pursuit. So it looks like it's going to be safely passing that disabled vehicle, and now we're on the gas just a little bit again, up to 25 miles an hour here through Redondo Beach Boulevard, northbound 110 freeway. Man with a gun is the want. LAPD's been pursuing for about an hour and a half now. suspect sped up quite a bit there, going from about 10 miles an hour up to 25 right now. You see vehicles on the side of the road. He's trying to stay out of the way of this pursuit. Northbound 110 freeway, still committed through Rosecrans, about 20 miles an hour, man with a gun. Is hanging up right against that sound wall there. We'll see if he gets off here at the next exit. It looks like it cleared up there, just a overpass there. They just moved to attack. I don't know if you heard that. Citywide attack. That semi-truck there doing the right thing and yielding to this pursuit, staying out of the way. If you have lights and sirens behind you, what you want to do, well, it's the law, is to pull over to the right side of the road when it's safe to do so and stop so those emergency vehicles can pass. And luckily this evening we've been seeing a lot of that. We saw one instance where a driver decided to do the opposite and drive past the emergency vehicles on the right shoulder. But this pursuit continues northbound 110 freeway through El Segundo Boulevard, or coming up on it at least. Hugging that number 3 lane of the regular lanes of the freeway, slowing back down to about 10 miles an hour. And if history repeats itself, we're going to be speeding back up here any shortly too. You can see all the spectators coming out to view this. This pursuit's been going on so long that that people are watching the streams here on KTLA.com, as well as they can listen to scanners as well if they know how to. And they've actually come out to watch this pursuit for themselves. A very dangerous thing to do. Not as much from that situation where they're on the overpasses, but if this pursuit were, say, in a neighborhood or something like that, it's very dangerous. They can easily become involved.
Call 1-8. Call 1.
Speeding up quite a bit. Now in the 40 mile an hour range here, northbound 110. Coming up on exit 14. I'll get you a street name just here in a second.
Status on that pad on SI 39. This is going to be just north of 18.23. 8120 is right as your code for. Thank you.
The 110 freeway kind of weaves a little bit right here, so view, but we'll fix that here in a second. We're continuing northbound on the 110 freeway. About 20 miles an hour. Very erratic driving by this suspect, wanted for possibly having a gun. Coming up on the 105 freeway, we'll have to see what the suspect does here. He can go east or west or continue on the 110 northbound. And then this is an area of Los Angeles that has controlled airspace, so My pilot's going to be doing his best to get us through that airspace in a safe manner so we can continue this pursuit northbound on the 110. Do you mind turning on the fan? Thanks, buddy. Still northbound 110, just going through the 105 here any second. LAPD air unit overhead with units on the ground. You can see that number 12 on the back of those units behind the pursuit. That indicates these are from the 77th Division of LAPD. That's where this pursuit initiated around 7 o'clock, just a hair after, of a man with a gun. We went all over South LA, made our way all the way down to the San Pedro, getting off the freeway and back on where that 110 freeway ends. And now we're continuing northbound through the 105, northbound on the 110 freeway, about 11 miles an hour. Now we have spectators getting on the freeway, shooting video out their window, it looks like, with their cell phone. Very dangerous. You can see that spectator almost getting in an accident here as this pursuit continues northbound 110 freeway. Last thing we want to do is get anywhere near a pursuit when they're going on. It's a very dangerous situation, especially with an erratic driver. There goes another one in that truck there towing that trailer. Sticking his head out the window with the phone in his hand. It's all fun and games till that pursuit ends and you're in the middle of it. See, speeding up here in the 60 mile an hour range as we go northbound on the 110 freeway. Going back into that 77th Division of LAPD.
They're getting ready there on the
Coming
corner
up
of the
to Manchester, you can see
11.
there, still northbound, going about 30, 40 miles an hour. Our pilot David Viskovich working with the other media ships as well as LAPD to get approval to go through the LAPD LAX airspace here. And just because this is a landing corridor for Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, we have to be very careful when we're flying through this area because there are passenger jets landing above us, an LAPD helicopter focusing on the pursuit, and then multiple media ships overhead as well. So we have to be very tactical, get a lot of different approvals to be in this area and get close to the pursuit. It looks like it's slowing down once again, or possibly stopping here on the 110 northbound, just about Manchester. We'll see what happens as it continues, but it looks like we've come to maybe a complete stop. It's hard to tell from the distance, but we'll get a little closer and we'll show it to you. And it looks like we're still continuing northbound at about 5-10 miles an hour. Now this suspect's wanted out of Newton Division, so this pursuit started in 77th, which kind of borders with Newton, but the crime actually happened in Newton Division. And what they're doing right now is just trying to figure out the best tactic to bring this pursuit to. Might be more interesting. And what's better than one pursuit here in the Southland? We have two pursuits going, another one in another part of LAPD in the Mission Division up in the valley. So we're keeping an ear on that, and we'll bring you that when more information becomes available. So we talked about pit maneuvers, we talked about spike strips. There are other tactics the LAPD can use too, including actually backing out of the pursuit and going into more of a tracking mode. I see a fire truck, and there might be a little smoke. I want to pull off this just for a second. We're still here northbound 110 through Manchester. Colton Gunford's in Skyfive with pilot David Viskovich. That pursuit we were talking about up in the Mission Division of LAPD is actually stopped, and they're trying to track down that suspect on the ground right now. We're still following this pursuit here on the freeway. You can see those pedestrians there on the freeway, actually running down the freeway. Very dangerous situation. And the city fire department is actually working on a fire in the vegetation here just off the freeway too. So a lot of different factors going on here at the 110 freeway. Coming up on Florence, you see fire department knocking down that fire on the vines on that sound wall, while LAPD is involved in that pursuit northbound 110 coming up on Florence. Next permit is going to be Gage, and we're going about 40 miles an hour here northbound on 110 in that number 3 lane. They're being very cautious of this suspect. You can see them all in the units all in one line there. They do believe the suspect was involved in some sort of shooting, and he may have a weapon. Possibly that crime occurring in the Newton Division. but the 77 Division picked up this vehicle and started the pursuit. That driver in that vehicle was reaching around quite a bit throughout the pursuit, very almost agitated or aggravated inside that vehicle, thrashing around, throwing his phone, picking up his phone, picking up other things. We couldn't really tell what they were, but they're trying to be very cognizant of that to keep the officers safe as well as the public safe without aggravating him more or doing anything that could put anyone in danger, like a pit maneuver or a spike strip. So LAPD continues to be in pursuit. That 77 Division of LAPD here northbound 110 freeway. Next stretch is going to be Slauson. Another fire out to the west. Is that air unit coming in to take over? What we're going to see here any minute is LAPD Air 3 has been over this pursuit for coming up on nearly 2 hours here in a few minutes. And it's time for them to go get some fuel and take a break. So LAPD Air 18 is going to take over, and so he's working into the airspace right now, and they're going to do that handoff so that the officers on the ground have that protection from above from that air unit without any delay in coverage. So we'll see that one night sun kind of float off into the distance and a new one pop on. And LAPD Air 18 is going to take over calling this pursuit for those men and women on the ground in those black and whites. Not at this speed. And you might be wondering, traffic's so light on LA freeway at 8 o'clock at night during the week. What's going on? That's because the suspect's only going about 20 miles an hour. The majority of traffic, other than those getting on the freeway, are trapped behind a traffic brake. You can see all those cars back there. The police department's keeping the public back so they don't get involved any dangerous situation in the end of this pursuit or past this vehicle, especially a man with a gun. They don't want any of the public involved because we don't want anyone getting hurt. So that's why you don't see any other cars really on the road other than the police and the suspect. Here and there we'll see another car kind of float by. But that's because we're going only about 30 miles an hour on a freeway that's moving about 65 regularly here in the Southland this time of night. We're going to kind of lose it underneath this HOV overpass here for just a moment, but it'll be back in our shot here momentarily. Why we don't have a shot of the pursuit, I'll just show you that traffic break. So what the CHP and LAPD are doing is they are blocking those lanes and keeping those units or those the public back at a safe distance. Really frustrating for people on the ground because they don't know what's going on ahead and they just want to get home. But it is for their best interest that they are kept at that distance. We'll get a little shot of it as it passes under that overpass. We'll lose it again for just a second here coming up. But we're still northbound 110 freeway, about 25-30 miles an hour, approaching Martin Luther King Boulevard, MLK Boulevard. Well, we've been here before, just going the other way, probably about a half hour ago, going southbound. We got on the 110 freeway from MLK. So we'll have to see what the suspect does here, if he's familiar with the area and gets off and wants to and kind of gets into that familiar territory, or if he continues on into more the downtown area of Los Angeles. You're not wrong. And now we're slowing back down to 4 miles an hour here, 110 northbound out exposition. That man with the gun suspect still moving northbound 110 freeway through MLK, coming up on exposition. It's going to be the next off-ramp. Still holding that number 3 lane right in the middle of the freeway here. See those LAPD units from the 77th Division. That's that big number 12 on the back, calling out that station number. Still in very close pursuit of this man with the gun suspect out of the Newton Division of LAPD. That's where the Watts is from. We have LAPD Air 18 overhead calling the pursuit from the sky, providing that night sun you see kind of flashing in your screen, lighting up the ground. And we'll kind of get a shot in that window because we can right now, all lit up by that LAPD night sun. So thank you to them. Suspect, one hand on the wheel. And it looks like he's back to reaching all around the vehicle with his right hand, with that other hand on the wheel. And this kind of been the motion for the last hour or so, is slow, fast, very erratic driving, as well as very erratic movements inside that Chevy we see on our screen. Made our way all the way from the South LA area that we're in right now to the San Pedro area, and now we're back here northbound 110 freeway at the next exit's going to be Adams. See that area going through the shot. What they're doing is they're calling out the pursuit from the air so the units on the ground can focus on driving and focus on the ending of the pursuit. So what the tactical flight officer is doing right now over the radio is calling out what that suspect's doing inside the vehicle. Very erratic, moving around very much inside the vehicle, messing with his shirt, grabbing his phone, doing all sorts of things. And just so that there's situational awareness for all those units on the ground, for the supervisors, as well as for the watch commanders back at the station, to make continual updates to their tactics as this pursuit continues. Still going about 5 miles an hour here, 110 freeway out Exposition Boulevard. We're going to be coming up on an overpass here shortly, so we might lose it, especially at these low speeds. But we'll bring it to you the best we can. But it's probably the slowest we've seen it in quite a while, being on a freeway. We saw it stop at a few stoplights on the roads, but never a continual 4 miles an hour on the freeway. Who knows if the vehicle is out of fuel, or if the suspect's just really distracted. And there we go, speeding up again to about 10 miles an hour here northbound 110 at Exposition. They still haven't authorized any of those pursuit ending techniques like a pit maneuver or spike strips, just because of the dangerous situation with this suspect known to have a weapon. Man with a gun was the original want of this vehicle, so they don't want to put any officers in danger. They don't want to put the public in danger. So they're, at this point, it looks like they're just trying to ride it out. Tell that suspect, hey, we're here. We're not going anywhere. See, we're right behind you with all our lights and sirens. And we're going to be here when you stop. So it's just a waiting game for the LAPD units on the ground. And then once it stops, time's on the LAPD unit's side. They can wait that suspect out. If he takes his time getting out of the vehicle or refuses to, they can bring in more equipment or a bunch of other tactics to get that suspect persuaded to get out of that vehicle in a safe manner. So LAPD trains for this nonstop for pursuits and for terminations of pursuits, barricaded situations. So they are not new to this by any means. If you've watched our stream often, LAPD is very good at their pursuit tactics, and usually they end very successfully and very peacefully. So that's what we hope for this pursuit as well, as we continue northbound 110 freeway. Coming up on the 10 here in just about a mile or so, but the suspect is going at such a slow rate of speed that might be 30 minutes from now. Only about 5 miles an hour here, northbound 110 freeway. Continuing northbound, it looks like we're going to hug that center kind of divide between the 110 and the 10. So we'll have to see what the suspect does here as we get up into the interchange. He'll have the option to go east or west on that 10 freeway or continue northbound into downtown on the 110 freeway. And now we're kind of under that overpass there. Even the air unit, LAPD air units having trouble seeing the suspect right now. But we should see him pop out here any moment from underneath that overpass. We'll continue on northbound 110. So slow. Unsure if it actually stopped or not. And we're continuing. There's that Chevy making its way north down 110. We might lose it once or twice again. Now we're approaching Adams here, northbound 110. You can see a large crowd's formed on top of that overpass there to see what's going on. Very slow speed pursuit here. We've talked about it before, but different techniques that could be used to ending pursuits, including pit maneuvers, spike strips. Spike strips poke holes in the tires with some hollow needles, well, very large needles on a strip that uncollapses when the officers throw it out in front of the vehicle. Those strips poke holes in the tires slowly deflate, making it hard for the suspect to keep control of the vehicle, and sometimes even the drivetrain to keep up and actually propel the vehicle once the traction of those tires disappear. So that's one technique that they can use. This situation, they haven't approved it yet. The other is a pit maneuver. We're a little too slow for that right now. There is kind of a sweet spot of a speed. But with pit maneuvers, it's kind of tough. These officers train for it all the time, and they're really, really good at it. But to train to be a pit certified, you have to go against what you've been thinking as a driver. You're pretty much your whole life. You're taught from a very young age that you don't want to hit other cars. Like, the last thing you want to do is hit another car. So getting yourself to use your front bumper to actually strike another vehicle and spin it out of control is something that takes a lot of time and practice to get that confidence so that they can do it in these high stress situations where there's a lot going on, and these drivers are stressed and have a lot going on, and it's very dynamic. So those pit maneuvers are quite impressive when we see them happen, and often they are successful in ending a pursuit as they disable that vehicle. Now we're going about 20 miles an hour, going through, coming up on the 10 interchange now. We're going to lose it for just a second again. That's one of the tough things about getting into the downtown areas. We have a lot more overpasses that are large, and then we'll be at the mercy of the buildings as well as we get into the deeper downtown if this were to get off. But LAPD ground units train for this. The LAPD air units train for this as well. This is their home territory, so they know it like the back of their hand. And now we're continuing northbound, slowing down once again to about 3 miles an hour. Northbound 110 just south of the 10 freeway. We're going to look in there and see what that suspect's doing. Reaching around again. All over the place. You see the white male that they're saying over the radio. Very erratic, white t-shirt. And now we're speeding off again, about 25 miles an hour. So from 3 miles an hour to 20. we're not sure the state of the driver at this point, what they're thinking or what they're doing, and so that's one of the big concerns for the officers on the ground, and as well as those watch commanders, as they continue to strategize on what to do to end this pursuit, and then more importantly, once the pursuit ends, what to do to apprehend the suspect safely. So they're planning not only their next move here, but also 2 or 3 moves down the line, if not more, to safely apprehend the suspect, as well as keep the general public in the area and those officers safe as well. Let's pull out just for a second and kind of show you an overview of this. You have the pursuit right there at the 110 and the 10 interchange onto the shoulder. We'll see what happens. Really coming to a crawl here. But the backup kind of goes on for quite a bit down the freeway as the CHP as well as LAPD continue to do traffic breaks to stop traffic from moving in front of this vehicle since it's going at such slow speeds. In that gore point, that center divider there, I want us to see what the suspect decides to do, if he's going to transition or continue on that 110 northbound. It looks like we're going to continue 110 northbound if he sticks with the direction he's going right now. And we are committed 110 northbound from the 10 freeway. That's the 10 freeway you see going through your shot right now. And we'll have to see what happens once we get into downtown. This pursuit's been going on for nearly 2 hours now of this man with a gun, wanted from Newton Division. Pursuit started in 77th Division. It's made its way through South LA, down that 110 freeway, all the way down to San Pedro where the 110 freeway ends. Did a U-turn, and now we are back northbound into downtown. So we're getting into the downtown area here on the 110 northbound. And what we kind of run into here is the tall buildings. And while LAPD's airship as well as the units on the ground practice for this, but it can get a little tricky for keeping tabs on a vehicle in the large buildings. So they're going to kind of trade off between those units on the ground, calling the pursuit, as well as that air unit, depending on the different positions that this pursuit continues. CHP is also reaching out, asking if they need any more help, asking the LAPD if they need any more help on this pursuit, any assistance. Right now, LAPD is saying, no, we got it, we'll take care of this, this is our guy. We've been in this pursuit for this long, so let's continue. But the California Highway Patrol, this is their jurisdiction, it's on their freeways, so they are willing to help out if necessary, but they won't take it over unless they're asked. So as this pursuit continues northbound, we're getting into the kind of central area of downtown, central area of LAPD in the downtown area. So we have 77th Division units in pursuit, and that central division is going to be notified of this pursuit coming into their territory. Just in case it gets off, they can be ready to assist if it is necessary as well. See some traffic moving there to the top of your screen. That's an on-ramp for the freeway here. We're going to lose it just behind a building just for a second. Pilot David Visovich doing a great job of keeping us in line with that pursuit the best that we can. But it does get a little tricky down here, so we apologize if we lose it a little bit. That's just the nature of working in a big city like downtown Los Angeles. Speeding up again now, up to 40 miles an hour here northbound 110 through 9th Street. We're kind of might have a merge here shortly. We'll see what happens. Northbound, probably coming up to the 4 level here in a few minutes. .110 freeway approaching the 101 interchange, going into that number 5 lane, about 25 miles an hour. We'll have to see what he does here once he gets up to the interchange here. There's a bunch of different directions he can go on the 101 or that 110 here at the 4 level interchange. It's called the 4 level interchange because it has 4 levels. Kind of goes with the name. But it's very interesting to look at, and it can be easy to lose a pursuit on from the air for those air units, but LAPD does a great job, and we do our very best to keep that pursuit as well, slowing back down to 32 miles an hour here northbound 110 coming up on the 4 level. And we're off again. We thought we were stopped, but now we're up to 45 miles an hour, northbound 110, and it looks like we're going to be making a decision on which direction we're going to go here shortly. And it looks like we're going 101 northbound towards Hollywood from the 110. So this is the farthest north we've seen this pursuit. 101 northbound from the 110. Slow speeds again. Really unsure why he kind of slows down then speeds up, and it doesn't look like he's paying attention. He almost got into that barrier there on that right shoulder. There's that 4 level interchange for you. Going to be blocking our view for just a second. We'll see it pop out on the other side, and we'll continue on that 101 northbound. Still going about 5-10 miles an hour here northbound on now the 101 from the 110 through that 4 level interchange. See LAPD 77th Division still in pursuit, and we're on the gas again up to about 30 miles an hour and slowing back down. Air unit overhead is looking inside the vehicle with their binoculars, their cameras, as well as their infrared vision, watching that suspect, seeing very erratic movements by that driver inside the vehicle, reaching all over the place. Hands on and off the wheel. You see him kind of peeking out. And there we go, off to the races again. About 40 miles an hour now. 110 or 101 freeway. Here, going to be coming up on Glendale Boulevard, Echo Park Avenue. Now, one of the benefits that the police have that the suspect does not is that the police can leapfrog, as I kind of refer to it. If one unit is running out of gas or has a problem, another unit will take over. That suspect only has a finite amount of gas in that tank, and only one vehicle with one engine. So if something happens to his car, the pursuit's over. Those LAPD units have already traded once or twice. Primary units. We used to have a Ford Explorer as the primary unit. Now we have a Ford Crown Victoria that is taken over as that primary unit of this pursuit, giving a new set of eyes, a new set of fresh set of energy for the drivers or the primary unit in the pursuit, as it can be very, very tiring being that primary unit in a pursuit. You're locked on that vehicle in front of you. You're not going to let it go. And I can tell you from experience of being on a pursuit track that even just 5 minutes in a simulated pursuit can be exhausting. Imagine going over 2 hours in an actual pursuit where their actual lives in danger. That can be a big toll on those officers. They train for it, but they also switch out so that they have the freshest pair of eyes and drivers on the pursuit, so that nothing wrong occurs. Still northbound 101 approaching Alvarado, 5 miles an hour here on the freeway, number 2 lane. We're going from 5 miles an hour to about 20 miles an hour, kind of that's the vicinity we're running in. When we first got over this pursuit about an hour ago, driver was on surface streets going about 60, 70 miles an hour through neighborhoods. So quite a drastic change from that surface street residential driving to now the freeway driving here. That driver very agitated in the vehicle. We've seen that in his driving ability, weaving between lanes, wrong sides of the road, just missing cars at times. But now focus less on driving and more on whatever he's doing in that vehicle. And we can kind of see that in how his driving, kind of moseying across the freeway, bouncing between lanes, slow to fast. LAPD, though, they are there. They're telling that suspect with their presence, we're not going anywhere. When you stop, we'll be here to apprehend you, and generally, you should stop. This pursuit could be ended very peacefully, very quickly if that suspect were to just stop and get out and surrender. However, it doesn't seem like that suspect's interested in that at this time or for the last 2 hours. There we go, on the gas once again, about 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour now, here northbound 101 freeway, up to 60 miles an hour. So from 5 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour, very, very drastic rate of speed. Maybe thinking he lost the police, but there's still that airship overhead, and those units on the ground are very, very powerful, have very powerful engines, so they're going to be on his tail in no time. Now to 85 miles an hour here northbound 110 or 101 freeway, coming up on Benton Way here as we kind of make our way into the Hollywood area. Now we are northbound, approaching Silver Lake. About my speedometer here in Sky 5 on Skyview 5 is ranging around 100 miles an hour. So from 5 miles an hour to up to 100 miles an hour, that's the definition of erratic driving right there. So this becomes very dangerous. The everyday driver isn't trained on how to drive at these high rates of speed, especially on SoCal freeways. That if you've driven them, you know that they can have their own story in terms of potholes and other hazards. The freeways are rated at speeds for a reason, 65, 55, whatever that may be, and that's to keep the public safe. So if you're doubling that, going up to 100 miles an hour, the likelihood of an accident and something bad happening increases quite a bit. slowing down just a little bit down the 60-mile-an-hour range. 101 freeway northbound, coming up on, I believe this is going to be a Western or Santa Monica Boulevard area here on that 101 northbound. But you see LAPD right behind him. He pulled off, but they said, nope, we got powerful cars too, so we're going to stick with you. And you can see the night sun from that air unit continuing overhead. Even if those ground units lose them, the airship doesn't, and so they can bring new units in, or just call the pursuit without units until the situation becomes a little safer at times. Northbound 101 approaching Sunset now. We're in the heart of the Hollywood area, and we'll be working our way into the Sepulveda Pass and up to San Fernando Valley here shortly if this continues, passing by Universal Studios, if you're familiar with the area. But right now we're still working through Hollywood 101 northbound, just coming up to Sunset Boulevard, still about 65, 70 miles an hour. LAPD still hot on his tail in pursuit of this man with a gun suspect. Started around 7:15, 7 o'clock, so we're into the second hour of this pursuit now. Luckily, no accidents or very dangerous situations, a few close calls, but generally a safe pursuit other than the erratic driving that we've seen throughout. Slowing back down to about 15 miles an hour here, northbound 101. Coming up on Gower Street now. How much longer we have on fuel? $30 minutes. Okay. Probably about 30 to 40 minutes if he's continuing in the direction that he is. Slowly making its way northbound 101 freeway, coming up Cahuenga Boulevard. Officers right now are essentially deciding what tactics that they're going to consider to stop this pursuit, because so far the suspect hasn't decided to stop like they've hoped he would. So we'll see what happens, but it is a very dangerous situation and a little different than most situations because it is a shooting suspect. They do believe the suspect has a gun, so they don't want to put any of the public or officers in danger doing some sort of pursuit intervention technique or spike strip that could aggravate that suspect or put officers or public in a situation where, say, a gunfight could occur. So they're being very cognizant of that, but they are working on a few different tactics right now to stop this pursuit when they deem it safe to do so, say that it doesn't stop naturally. Traffic is stopped on the 101 freeway northbound, though, about a half mile behind the pursuit. So effectively, the LAPD has the whole freeway to do what they need to end this if they so choose to use one of those tactics. But they're going to be working on that and strategizing, and they will only do something if it's safe to do so for the motorists, for the public, and for those officers and the suspect too. They don't want anything to happen to him either. You can see we're still continuing northbound 101 freeway, working our way into the Cahuenga Pass. Got some construction on the left-hand shoulder, closing that number 1 lane of the freeway. We're sitting over in that number 4 lane right now. We'll see what's going to happen here as we continue up into the Cahuenga Pass and into the valley. We're going to be working in the Burbank airspace, so that can get a little tricky for us, but
as we wait for clearance at Burbank,
who, coordinate all day, every day with our air traffic controllers, who do a great job of keeping us safe in the SoCal area. So this is gonna be a piece of cake for us up here in Sky 5. But you can see this suspect still driving very erratically. Here northbound 110, we were going quite slow. Now we've sped up quite a bit, going about 40 miles an hour now from about 5 miles an hour just a moment ago. Slowing down once again, we'll see what happens here. Well, we're getting into that construction area now. We see slow on the brakes. Now we're speeding up again. Dangerous situation for these men and women on the ground working that construction situation. Now they're involved in the middle of a pursuit. LAPD is still on the trail of this vehicle now northbound 101 freeway in that number 4 lane here. Suspects still going northbound, speeding up about 50 miles an hour. Now what they were trying to do there was deploy a spike strip. Didn't look like that strategy worked very well. So we're still now moving northbound 101. And the next freeway is going to be the ability to go 170, 134, or continue on that 11 northbound, kind of out to the northwest. Going a bit faster now, about 60 miles an hour here coming into the San Fernando Valley. Copy. All right, thank you for joining us on KTLA.com. We're going to go top off our fuel real quick, and we'll be back over this pursuit for the news at 10 p.m. So tune in on KTLA Channel 5 or on the KTLA 5 app.
that in case that doesn't work out well, and so he's going to be coming up on some fairly busy intersections, including one of the weirdest intersections. Yeah, Moore Park and then Riverside and the 134. This will put it back. This will actually put it back, yeah, southbound, yeah. So, yeah, that's what I thought. So, leading LAPD officers in tow once again now as we are southbound on the 101. So, we'll head back towards Hollywood, and we'll see if those units that were there earlier in the Cahuenga path.
Bear with me, folks, as I try to find it on live. Thanks for coming there, Minister brother. Looks like it, they all bailed out. Hold on. Well, we got something here. He got ran over or something, but he didn't look injured. He had I think he had a sleeping bag. I think he might have just laid down in the road or something. He must have got hit because everyone was concerned and shit. Oh, dude, I don't think I should fucking go this way, dude. All right, where's he at now? Fuck, dude, I think this was a big mistake, dude. He turned back around or what? Fuck. He came back on the 101, huh? Oh, shit. Well, I see the fucking helicopters. Bear with me, I'm searching for more live feeds. Actually, not too bad. Because he's coming back towards me. Traffic here with that guy fucking in the street, dude. That's why I didn't want to go. Once it started going downhill, knowing that this shit wraps around a mountain or whatever, this street, I was like, I see the helicopter right ahead, dude. I was gonna turn around, but then I was like, dude, if there's a fucking accident right there, they're gonna close off the street right now. It's gonna be backed up. Still on the 101, right? He's right ahead, dude. Fuck! Okay, bear with me. Let's see if we can find it going on here. We don't have no audio, though. That's a bummer.
Andy on YouTube. Let's check him out.
So
I'm not familiar with.
Looks like he's on his way there, huh? I don't have any volume on him though. Thank you, Worst Nightmare. Appreciate that. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Well, the guy's hauling booty over here. So let's see if we can find some more helicopter cameras.
Fuck, dude. How many miles?
There's a bunch of people on the ground chasing this dude too, which is cool. Oh, wrong button. What does a DG for life mean? What does that mean? Watch a thing that ain't moving. Let's watch him. What does that stand for? What's a DG for life? Uh-oh. Looks like we got the wrong style there. Let's go this way. Oh, hang in there, folks. Hang in there, folks. Let's find one that's rolling. This one ain't rolling. Hold on, let's find you one. Yeah. There we go. This guy's on his way there while I look for another one. Looks like they're shutting down the old freeway. Let's see here.
Big break behind the pursuit. So if you guys can move, I'll tell you when it's clear. This last vehicle under my light here is going to be the last one in this little stick. So if you can get safely onto this island at the on-ramp and get your vehicle set up there and possibly just set up for spike strips in the area of that off-ramp, that might be a good spot.
Catching up.
There's going to be 2 additional vehicles that have entered the freeway. And I'm sorry, 2 more behind that. So just use caution. But if you guys can redeploy back to the on-ramp.
Bear with me, folks, as I bring them all together.
Should be by now, man.
Alright, suspect has continued in the pursuit. He's still moving very slow, so you do have time. You'll just have to move quick, guys.
Yeah, look at that car right there, folks. Isn't that a good one? That's a goodie, but a goodie.
Approaching the Barn Bridge.
Oh, wrong button. Sorry about
I'm sorry,
that.
the Vincent Bridge.
Click on
Crossing Alvarado.
that. Steve, the helicopter must have bailed. There was no helicopters. At one point in time, we had like 3 of them I was following, but they seemed to all bail at the same time. And now all we have is cars.
Nothing.
Alright, Black and White is holding Alvarado, guys. If you see a spot to throw out spike strips,
Did you roll up to it, Brett? Or was it?
Looks like we got 3
We're looking at probably 50 miles an hour.
streamers that are there.
Number 3 lane. Number 3 to number 4 lane.
Well, one of the helicopters was actually exchanged out. There was one from Bakersfield down there, 2 from LA. If it continues, it will be back up.
Alright, get into pursuit. Back off a little bit, and we've got spike strips out.
Kenny 2 on the ground.
Quick one around the spike strips. Units at Glendale. Stand by on your spike strip. Suspect's going to be number 2 to number 3 lane. Use increased speed. Still going slow enough for spike strip deployment. Just use caution.
There's another one on the ground right here.
Get into pursuit. Back off a little bit, guys. Just slow down. I've got eyes on your suspect. Slow down so we can try another spike strip. Alright,
I don't want them all on the same page. I can put them all on the same page, but I like them all separate, all the streams.
Finally, they got him.
Dinosaurs or frogs? I don't know, bro. What do you prefer? I'm easy going, you know.
Southbound, and suspect did run over that second set of spike strips. Good work, guys. Suspect's over the number 1 lane and driving at about 35 to 45 miles an hour.
Double spiked.
Alright, suspect speed is fine.
Double A. Oops. I thought it was charging. Let's see here.
I don't know, but I missed the helicopter coverage. This is bogus. I was really enjoying that for a while. I was doing a good job, you know. I was proud of myself for a little bit. And all of a sudden they took the old helicopters out of the air. That's a bummer.
Man, come on. I'm not trying to get stuck here. See, so they stopped the freeway way back here, and the guy's like way up ahead. CHP really needs to take over this pursuit.
Derek, that's a pretty rough question there, homie, but that's okay. Maybe you can get some response from other people, but if you believe in that, then you need a little bit of help. Maybe that's you, Derek, is that you in that car? Were you freaking out? Is that you texting me right there? See that message right there? Is that you? Oh boy, we're off and running now. Check this out. Oh, Derek's one of those people people that like to go around and he ain't got nothing better to do. I appreciate people like that, you know, sometimes they don't get on my nerves. They're not gonna hurt my feelings. I have a feeling though we're gonna start losing some streams here. You know what's nice is all these people like Derek and everybody putting all them comments in my side check. That just put me on the list of my algorithms going, look at all the people in my room. That doesn't happen. Keep it up, guys. I'll answer your questions at the end. Line them all up. We'll have a question and answering section, what do you think? Maybe we'll all grab a beer and sit down and just have a little talk about it.
Approaching the 101 state interchange.
They said he had a spike strip, but I don't see anything coming up of it. What happened to my buddy Derek? Did he bail on us or what?
I've literally never been to a pursuit where I have to deal with this crap. Never. Not one pursuit where I have to deal with crap like this. It's so annoying.
Well, this guy here, he's annoyed. I don't think he likes to be there. I think he needs to get in front of the rest of the cars, you know. There you are, Derek. Hey, welcome back, bro. Is that I hate incest? You know, it more power to you, bro, but you keep up stuff like that, come across someone don't like you, and they're going to tell you how they feel.
Come on, give me an update. Did he go the 10?
Suspect committed to the 10 eastbound from the 101.
Got it. 10 eastbound it is. That so retarded.
This guy here doesn't have any volume, otherwise we'd be watching him.
Inside the vehicle, check on a lot of routine passengers, reaching out of the dashboard and just moving on. Agitated. And we're still on the interchange for the 101 southbound to the 10 eastbound, committed to the 10 eastbound. Two disabled front tires and left rear tires have been relocated.
Oh yeah, Randy. Well, can you let this freaking traffic go and just pit them already?
This is the closest person I can find to the pursuit right here. This guy's getting back on the freeway. I don't know where he is though.
the SWAT guys for LAPD, they'll roll up. I've seen it before on pursuits. They'll get in the pursuit, and they will box the car in. They will.
Derek, have a seat for a little while. Consider yourself the first person I ever timed out.
You know, when it's an armed suspect, I don't know. I mean, this would be a good opportunity for that to happen, right? I mean, if they're going to be blocking the traffic this far back, like, might as well do something, not just follow this person.
Still searching for helicopters, folks. Hang in there.
Suspect out of my view to do this bridge. And he does appear to be stopped in the number 3 lane.
Evo!
Okay, continuing. And he's in my view again. Continuing eastbound, approaching Soto.
EO, are you here? Gooch PD in Arizona does that. Ah. See? I mean, that's smart, you know?
Oh, lost our volume again. Let's see what Derek's got to say here. Censorship. John, that's not censorship, but it's just some of the things you're saying is just uncalled for. I'm good for a good trolling now and then, but okay, well, we're watching this guy speed to the oh. Hang in there for a minute. Looks like we're all taking a break. He's trying to get there, folks. Hang in there. Sorry for the quietness. Let's see here. Stand by 1 second while I switch screens here, if you don't mind. That's the only one on the freeway we got. Isn't that a bummer? Well, I wonder why they called off all the helicopters, huh? So I guess we should talk about it. Where's my buddy Derek? Oh, there's nothing there. Alright, let's go back over to our chat there. Corey, I'm not driving. I'm watching someone else that's driving. He's trying to catch up to the old pursuit that's out there. Some man had a gun in a car. I think he said his name was Derek. He was acting like he was spun on something or other. He didn't want to stop. He was all over the place. We were really enjoying it from the helicopter views. Had about 3 of them at one point in time, but they all seemed to bail. So these are streamers trying to catch up to the guy. Yeah, he's bound and down, that's for sure. He's hauling booty on the 10 freeway there in Los Angeles. I don't know what happened to the other 2 streamers we had. We do have one that we can try to find, but he's around town. I don't know who this guy is that's... We can listen to this guy while we're watching this guy haul butt. What do you say about that, huh? Derek, is that okay with you? Can we listen to this guy? Dumpster Dog? How do you feel about that? They're both trying to... This is, Trisha, this is Los Angeles on the 10. Oh, sorry, I should have just showed you that sign. Oh, I just took that sign away from you, didn't I? That's a bummer. There you go. We're going to send the sign right here.
I don't think so.
See if we can see it. This is Los Angeles, 10 East. Heading towards San Bernardino.
Helicopters up ahead.
Oh, this is Alien Alphabet we're watching. This guy's pretty cool for watching LA stuff. I like watching him. Yeah, he slowed down. He ran into traffic. Look at him. See all the brake lights coming up in front of him? Like a bunch of Christmas lights. Well, Alien Alphabet, he's got a way of getting himself in there. He's a great guy, though. So he's stepping in. Oh, Alien Alphabet, he's still moving his way there. Alright, who do we have in our chat? Who do we have over here? Thanks for coming, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, this guy's on the side of the road. Look at this dude. He's passing everybody. I hate people like this. Holy crap. You believe that? Anybody know that fella? Give him a call. Tell him he's an idiot, will you? Passing everybody on the right. I guess you may as well. You know, all the police are busy, right? What do you think about that? Okay, TLI is live again. Well, let's just get that a check or outer.
We're getting off of this exit. If anyone's familiar with East LA homes, City Terrace, tell me what street runs parallel to the fucking town.
He sure is. Okay, here we go. Now we're gonna get some good stuff going on here. Let's see what screen we're on. We're on that one, so we're gonna have to shut this guy up for a minute. Sorry, because we're gonna put you folks right here. That guy there ain't talking anymore, so we're gonna take his place. We're gonna just come right into here, and we're gonna watch what's happening.
Out of Newton and then,
there we go.
77
We're back, folks. Thanks for bearing with me. I really appreciate it. Question: do you think I am in and out is, or do you think in and out is overrated? Well, I'll tell you, Dumpster Dog. I don't know how old you are, but years ago, it was fantastic. Nowadays, the burgers are too small. So, hey, thanks for asking that quality question. I really appreciate it. But I'll get back to you on anything else. At this point in time, we're going to watch a Pursuit, if you don't mind. We're going to check it all out together.
Okay.
I don't know who this guy's talking to, but he's having a good conversation. So let's just look ahead. We'll give you guys both a freeway view from Pittsburgh. Is that where you're from, Corey? Thanks for joining us. It's I-10 exit 20B, Eastern Avenue, East Los Angeles. I think that's the hood. Hey, Dumpster Dog, don't forget to subscribe, will you? And hit the like button while you're here. Come on by anytime. I like to do all the protests when the riots happen, the excitement happens, you know? Oh, the wife's coming in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm back. Let's get a view of
Okay.
the street real quick.
Okay. Thanks.
Surprised this guy's still going. Okay.
If you're joining us on KTLA.com, I'm Colton Von Pertz in Sky 5. We're just getting ready for our 10 p.m. broadcast, so you can watch it live here on the KTLA.com, our app, or Facebook Live, as well as on Channel 5.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I have you guys on mute. There's a reason why. I'll explain later, but...
That wasn't me. That was the dude we were watching here. I have no idea who it is, but I'll give him credit in a bit.
Share, that's right, we've seen it all the speeds and all the erratic driving. This pursuit starting just after 7 p.m. in the 77th Division of LAPD. Wanted as a man with a gun call, the LAPD 77th Division tried to stop this Chevy sedan you can see here, but that pursuit's led on quite the journey. They went through all of South LA, got on the 110 freeway, made its way all the way down to San Pedro, where the 110 freeway ends, and then turned around, came back northbound all the way up to the Universal Studio areas of the 101. This is the 10 freeway eastbound, coming up on the exit for Long Beach here in the Monterey Park area. You can see very low rates of speed, about 9 miles an hour. The LAPD has successfully done a spike strip on this vehicle finally. They had a few attempts that did go a little awry, but they got a good spike on at least that front driver's side tire, as well as maybe one in the back. And so the speeds have went from sometimes up to 90 miles an hour on surface streets and the freeway, down to what's 10 miles an hour here on the 10 freeway, just approaching, or just through the 710. We're going to show you some video from earlier on the side streets, just weaving through traffic, cutting through the right and left lane. This driver has been very, very agitated and not really focusing on the road, reaching over into that passenger seat of the vehicle. From what we understand, that suspect is alone inside the vehicle, but they are very worried, as the suspect is wanted for having a weapon. So the LAPD is being very cautious in the tactics they use to stop this pursuit, and that's why we're going on hour 3 of this pursuit. Now, just listening over the police scanner, something interesting is happening in the background. So we have the dispatchers back at the communications center doing a whole bunch of work behind the scenes. You have the officers on the ground in the pursuit, the air unit over it calling it, as well as the dispatchers who are doing a bunch of resources, are doing a bunch of research and using their resources to find out more about the suspect and maybe what's going on. And what we just heard is they have the possible mother of the suspect on the phone. So they're going to try to see if they can use that to help bring this to the end. We've seen that suspect on the phone multiple times throughout this pursuit. This vehicle is not registered to the California area. That license plate looks like it's out of state, but LAPD still sticking with it nonetheless. This started just after 7 p.m. LAPD is stuck with the pursuit since the beginning. They have had the offer from CHP to take over, as this is more their jurisdiction being on the freeway. However, LAPD said, hey, we've been with it. We know the want on this suspect, and we are going to take care of this pursuit. So they've made their way through the Southland. I'm going to pull out to a little bit of a wider shot for you and just show you the impact this is making on the freeways. They've done a traffic break to keep the general public away from this pursuit just for their safety, and that traffic on the 10 freeway tonight goes back for miles. So it can be very frustrating for those drivers stuck behind that brake. But if you're ever in a break like that, just know it's for your safety. They
involved. You know
want
what I
to
mean?
keep
I'd be
you
mad old
as a
mip
driver
like that.
safe and away from the hazardous situation that is a pursuit like this with a man with a gun. So on the ground, those units are still in pursuit. They're figuring out what to do next, as well as a few steps ahead in terms of what happens when this pursuit ends. Do they need canines? Do they need SWAT team? Who in that pursuit package you see there is responsible for what? And that air unit is overhead calling out what's going on the ground so that those officers in the pursuit can focus on driving. We are still going eastbound on the 10 freeway in the Alhambra area, as you can see through Skyview 5, coming up on Fremont Avenue, about 8 miles an hour. And we've just seen very erratic driving from 8 miles an hour up to 90 and then back right down. Really unsure the state of this driver right now and what he's thinking or what's going on inside that vehicle. But LAPD, they're saying, hey, we want you for this suspected gun, and we're going to stick with you until this stops and we can take you into custody. So that's the latest over Alhambra. I'm going to send it back down to you. That's right. It looks erratic, like possibly wrestling with someone or something. What they've believed as they've looked through that windshield from the air unit overhead is that maybe he was trying to get something from under that passenger seat. So they're really worried about what that might be, especially with the concern of a weapon. And that's actually impacted a lot of the different techniques that the LAPD have decided to use and to not to use to bring this pursuit to a peaceful end. One of those things that we see often in pursuits is what's called a pursuit intervention technique, or a pit maneuver, where they will disable the vehicle by spinning it out of control. And in this situation, the commanders and supervisors over the pursuit at this point have deemed that too dangerous, because if that suspect does have a weapon, now that suspect, once that vehicle is spun around, is facing right at those officers. So right now they have the control of the freeway. You can see no other traffic involved. And LAPD has the resources to sort of leapfrog from unit to unit, so they don't run out of fuel, they don't run out of comfortable or fresh drivers, and they're just going to keep control of the situation and hope that this pursuit comes to an end, whether that's by the vehicle running out of gas, the suspect giving up peacefully, but they are ready for any situation, that's for sure. Like I said, they've talked about different plans depending on how this pursuit ends and what resources they need. They have the support from all the different agencies in the area.
Those are very tinted here too,
and ready just in case. Sheriffs have offered their support from the air or on the ground if necessary. And the saddest thing about this pursuit, with its low speed, is how it's impacting the traffic tonight for those innocent drivers just trying to get home after work or wherever they may be. But now we're moving over into that number 4 lane, out of the fast lane. We are still a bit away from any sort of off ramp, so there's no way to like deem that he may be trying to get off, but still 10 eastbound, coming up on Atlantic here soon, 10 miles an hour, which in all honesty is better than 100 miles an hour in terms of the safety for those on the ground. And you can see units passing by on the side. Unsure what that's for, if they're planning to stop traffic ahead or any other solution. But what they've already done is use spike strips to pop those tires, and what we're hoping is that that will help disable the vehicle, because once those tires are flat and they begin to lose that rubber, it becomes very, very difficult for that driver to maneuver the vehicle, as well as, depending on which tire, it can actually impede the powertrain of the vehicle and make it hard for the vehicle to actually move, possibly disabling it in that way, or disabling the engine if it has to work too hard to go at these speeds. So at this point, we haven't gotten over 12 miles an hour since we went on air at 10 o'clock, and that could be because the cars were trying to work harder to drive, and it just doesn't have the strength because it's digging into that softer concrete on the ground. I'm pushing just a little bit. It's hard to see from this angle, and now we're hard on the brakes stopping here, but that front passenger side tire is flat. You can see it kind of flopping around there, and now we're speeding up again, and that's what we've been seeing all night with this erratic driving. From very, very slow, stopping hard on the brakes, to speeding off at one point, going from about this speed, 5-6 miles an hour, to 100 miles an hour in just a few seconds, and that air unit having to take over while those ground units trying to keep up.
Folks.
But in all of this, the time is on the officer's side. They have the position advantage. You can see
They're getting out.
car has
Here we
now
go.
come to a stop. Doors of those LAPD officers are open. They're going to hide behind those doors and hold that position of advantage and take cover while they attempt to talk this suspect out of the vehicle. I want to just keep it a little bit wider of a shot, especially as the suspect may be armed. We don't want to show anything too graphic here on the news tonight, so we're going to just keep it a little wide until we understand what's going on. Hopefully that suspect comes out peacefully with his hands up and surrenders to those officers. But right now, if tonight's pursuit is any determination, this could be a very long standoff. But the LAPD has been prepping for this and what's going to happen. And now we're off again from stopped and all those officers out of the vehicle. That's the first time we've seen a full stop where officers have gotten out of their vehicles to now on the move again. You can see the LAPD airship overhead monitoring this from the sky and relaying information about that suspect, upcoming traffic, upcoming opportunities to strategically end this pursuit,
family members,
as well as calling out those streets for those supervisors on the ground, as well as back at the communication center, those watch commanders too, who are making the decisions on who's in the pursuit and what's to come next. Once again, stopping. And all we can ask for is that the suspect stop, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It just seems like he's trying to fake out those officers. And we got to believe that the suspect knows they're there. This pursuit's been going on 3 hours, and those lights and sirens are very noticeable in that amount of time. But we're in the Alhambra area. We might see sheriffs assist with this if it comes off the freeway. They are being notified, but very erratic movements. And from watching this, it seems like the suspect kind of slows down when he starts kind of making gestures in that car and moving around. You can see a lot of movement inside that vehicle, so it's almost as if he's forgetting about driving and focusing on whatever other task he has going on inside that vehicle. And then he remembers that he needs to drive, and he speeds off a little bit. And we're just really unsure of the state of that driver, what's going on inside, whether, like you said, if is wrestling with someone that we just can't see, is he in some sort of other distress? We don't know. The dispatchers on the ground are doing their best to do that research by doing things like talking to potential family members, by figuring out who owns the vehicle and seeing if they can get a hold of the driver itself, if, say, the driver is the owner.
Looks like we
trying
got
to get a
someone on the
direct
ground,
line of
folks.
communication with that suspect in the vehicle to
This ought
see
to be an
what's
interesting
going on
ending.
and figure out if there's a way to peacefully end this in a timely manner. But for now, we are still eastbound 10 freeway, coming through Atlantic here in the Alhambra area, and we're just moving at this 10, 15 mile an hour pace with miles upon miles going back almost to LA County General Hospital here on the 10. And But the best thing that the LAPD can do is get what is potentially dangerous suspect off the streets, and so that's what they're going to do by the means necessary to keep everyone safe, and we continue to see that here tonight. Thinking about those officers on the ground, it's very exhausting being in a pursuit. I can tell you from some experience working on a pursuit course that even just a few minutes in a pursuit takes all of an officer's attention and all of their energy to stay focused, stay hyper-vigilant, and make sure that they don't get involved in any accidents. And now 3 hours into a pursuit, that's a very long time to be kind of locked on that vehicle and sticking with it, even at high and low rates of speeds in that change. So what they do in those situations is they switch out units. When we first started this pursuit, we had a Ford Explorer, one of those bigger SUVs, as the primary unit, and now we have one of those older Ford Crown Victorias that is the primary unit you can see there. And so they're switching off for new, fresh eyes on the pursuit on the ground. We've had air units switch off as well because they needed to go get fuel, but there is no shortage of officers on the ground or in the air to successfully follow this suspect and bring this pursuit to a peaceful end, no matter how long it takes.
On Instagram? What's his name? I can't find him anywhere.
So all we know is from looking at that front plate, which is a little hard here with the darkness and here from Sky 5, but it did look like it wasn't a California plate, and so that can cause some issues with finding the vehicle, especially with different DMVs and their different systems and things like that. But it's hard to say whether they have an idea of if this vehicle is related to someone in California. Say it's a rental vehicle or something like that. Usually they can track down the rental company and figure out who rented it and go that route. But in that same sense, if it is a dangerous suspect, letting
if anybody knows the stream, tell me
catching
what
up
it
later
is. I'll
might not
try
be
to
the best
try to
plan,
track it down a little
who
bit.
knows what he's going to do next. But
I can't find it
we
anywhere.
did hear that possibly the dispatchers had someone claiming to be the mother of the suspect on the phone. So maybe either a family member saw the situation on TV and called into the police department, or they were able to do that research and figure out the connections and contact someone from the suspect's family to figure out what might be going on in that vehicle. Because throughout the pursuit, and we just saw it there just for a quick second, we've seen a phone flashing throughout the vehicle, and it's almost been like he's been dropping the phone and trying to pick it up, but there's been just a little bit too much of that for that being fully the case. So maybe he's in contact with someone on the outside, and maybe they're trying to get a hold of the police at this time. Now, I can tell you the dangers of this pursuit. It's a lot, like we were saying, Sharon and Micah, it's a lot safer here on the freeway than it is on the surface streets. We were watching that footage earlier of the suspect vehicle on those surface streets, making erratic movements, making erratic turns, going through parking lots. And a majority of the pursuit was also going through residential areas. And in the evenings, especially a nice evening like tonight here in Southern California, people might be out walking around, walking their dog or something like that, or going to the store in those parking lots. And this car just comes flying through those intersections, or through those intersections, through that parking lot at high rates of speed and very erratic. There's a lot of danger there. And so if anything, this is the best controlled situation for this pursuit, especially one with such erratic driving. Even though we're at slow speeds right now, we're still seeing that erratic driving from stopping to speeding up to about 20 miles an hour to kind of in the sweet spot we've seen right now with about 10, 15 miles an hour. But this, like you were saying, Micah, all they can do is wait it out at this point, decide if there's any other tactics they can use, maybe another spike strip down the line, we don't know, to try to disable some more of the tires. We see definitely that driver's side tire is deflated, and it's hard I don't believe that passenger side tire is deflated. That rear tire looks like it's still holding strong. But now we're up to about 20 miles an hour here, eastbound 10, coming up on Del Mar Avenue in the Rosemead area as we continue eastbound. And that traffic, just looking out the window of Sky 5, Mike and Share, still goes back for miles. But those drivers will be glad to hear when they get home and turn on the news that that was for their safety, even though it is so frustrating, especially after months of having clear freeways here in the Southland area while people stay at home and work from home and things like that. But LAPD is still working strong. We can see we've added a few more units to the pursuit. CHP is still monitoring. They've offered, hey, if you want us to take over, we know our freeways.
Folks, you got to hand it to the YouTuber that's sticking out, trying to get the best coverage. Look at him right there in the front. Isn't that great?
To it, we've been in pursuit this long, and we're gonna take care of this currently. So now we're at Del Mar here in San Gabriel on the eastbound 10, kind of hugging that number 4 lane. We've seen a few times where the suspect's hugged a lane and then kind of gotten into that gore point, but it looks like it doesn't look like he's going to do that right now. We're just going to continue in this slow speed pursuit eastbound on the 10. Yeah, it's really hard to say. It's been on and off, and some of the views we've been able to see him kind of flip between different apps, but the phone just goes away just like that. It looks like he's holding it up to his ear right now, so maybe he is indeed talking to someone and getting information about what's going on, or who knows, maybe he's calling the police department to talk to them directly. We don't know at this point. In these situations, it's really hard to tell. And just something that I noticed just a few minutes ago is this pursuit's been going so long that it's actually kind of gained its own following, and that can be very, very dangerous, especially in a pursuit that involves weapons and things like that. We've actually seen people standing on overpasses, running along the freeway along the pursuit, and that is so, so dangerous. Because the police department is doing everything in their power to protect the public and keeping people away from this so they don't get hurt, and people are actually putting themselves in situations. So if this pursuit is in your area,
believe that
stay home, turn on Channel 5, whether that's on the app or live on TV like tonight, and watch it from the safety of your home and talk about it there rather than going out and putting yourself in a potentially harmful situation. I just saw a few minutes ago people standing on an overpass, and even though that might feel safe, if that pursuit would have stopped right there and say, unfortunately, some gunfire was exchanged, you could be in the line of fire even 15, 20 feet over the pursuit termination. So it's a very dynamic situation, and there's a lot of different elements in terms of how these pursuits can end. Is it going to end peacefully? Are they going to have to use some sort of tactic to persuade that suspect out? Are they going to have to bring in the SWAT team? These are all things that the supervisors on the ground and back at the communication center, that watch commander, are debating and considering and finding the right resources, say they're needed. We heard earlier that they were bringing in units that had special shields just in case the pursuit started and they needed to approach the vehicle. So they are always thinking a few steps ahead, if not 10 steps ahead, being prepared, just as police officers try to do every day, and bring situations just like this to a peaceful resolution rather than anything worse. Now we're still continuing 10 eastbound through St. Gabriel Boulevard, still in the Rosemead area, and it's just 10 miles an hour. That's kind of the sweet spot we've been sitting at. It kind of looks like that speedometer's frozen, but it's not. It's just that's what we're sitting at, and that again could be because the tires are disabled. Or like we were talking about earlier, even before the spike strips on the 101, this pursuit's been ranging in this rate. And it's amazing how much ground has been traveled in this pursuit, starting in the South LA 77th Division, making its way all the way out to almost like Inglewood and the Culver City area, then down the 110, into Carson and into San Pedro, back north through Hollywood and downtown, and into the Universal Studios area of the San Fernando Valley, all the way out here to the east, now in Rosemead. Just an amazing amount of distance traveled for such low rates of speed, but with open freeways like this, that is doable, and with that erratic driving, which we're not seeing as much now, but throughout the pursuit, that is very much possible. You see LAPD still having their air unit overhead. That air unit is watching the suspect, watching the situation, relaying that information back to those units on the ground and back at the communication center, so those officers have the best information on what the suspect's doing inside the vehicle, any potential opportunities to say lay another spike strip, or say if a pit maneuver was authorized, a safe spot to do that, because they would hate to put anyone in danger or put any officers in danger by doing it at the wrong point. We've seen the pursuit go through construction zones where that air unit has warned the officers of those construction zones coming up so they can slow down and try to get the suspect to slow down so that there's no possible danger to those men and women working on our freeways, keeping them moving. But that's just, there's so many different dynamic elements going on with this pursuit. Looking out my window, Sky 5, I'll just pull out a little bit. This is Walnut Grove Avenue you see here in Rosemead, and CHP or the Sheriff's Department, looks like LAPD actually has the on-ramp to the freeway closed to prevent any of the public from getting involved or getting close to this pursuit, because the last thing you want is doing is just like that, someone stopping on the side of the freeway to videotape it to send to their friends, or being, the car in front of the pursuit, and then some sort of exchange of gunfire breaks out or anything like that. So they are now shutting down on-ramps to the freeway to keep the public safe. So if you're in the area and you're trying to get home this evening, the 10 might not be the best option, at least right now. Luckily, we have the 60 and the 210 that both go eastbound as well, and they're just a little bit out of the way. So if you're leaving here shortly, may want to consider that if you're in the San Gabriel or Rosemead area, as this pursuit by LAPD continues from the 77th Division all the way out here into Rosemead. It doesn't seem, Mike and Cher, like this is going to end anytime soon, but all they can ask for is that suspect say that's enough, I'm not getting away, which doesn't seem to be the case at this point, and surrender peacefully here on the 10 freeway. It's definitely not just the police department and a few cars behind the pursuit by any means. That's hundreds of drivers and passengers just trying to get somewhere, whether that's home or to work or something this evening, that this is affecting. It looks like we've stopped now here, so we're going to push in a little, and nope, back on the move, and that's what we've been seeing all night. But this is just like you said, Cher. The thing we're watching for is that end, and it's always such a big curiosity to us as well as the viewers at home, and how these are going to end, especially something that has been going on for such a long amount of time. The good thing is at these slow speeds, it doesn't look like we're gonna see anyone get hurt in some sort of crash. But all we can do is hope that the suspect get out peacefully and give up. But even those officers get out of their vehicle thinking this is over and that they're going to be in more of a termination of the pursuit mode and calling out that suspect, and he moves on. And he's just playing, like you said, that cat and mouse game, like I'm over here, no, I'm over here, we're going to keep going. And the time is on the side of the officers, and this is they can switch out if someone gets tired or if they're running out of fuel. The suspect does not have that luxury, so it's only a matter of time. We will stick with it as it goes on, now up to about 20-30 miles an hour, as fast as we've seen it since we came on the air at 10 o'clock, and back down to 15. And that's just the game that this suspect's playing with the officers. And all in all, those officers just want this to end peacefully so they can go back to protecting their community. So not only are you affecting the probably hundreds, if not 1,000 cars on the freeway. Wow, just slammed on the brakes there. But you're affecting the area of 77th Division because you have units out of those areas. Of course, they're going to try to backfill that with divisions around it and bring officers in from other divisions in the area of 77th. But there's nothing like having the boots on the ground, the guys and the men and women on the ground who know the area best, patrolling the streets and keeping people safe. And so if they're over here in a pursuit, that kind of takes away from patrolling their community, even just in the slightest. LAPD does a great job of cross-training their different divisions on other divisions that they may be supporting or assisting. Honestly, this is way out of the LAPD territory. We're now in El Monte, which is sheriff's territory. So if anything, if this gets off the freeway, the LAPD is going to be a little out of their element, and they may have to ask for some support from an outlying agency who may have other techniques to in this pursuit. We don't know. but the pursuit nonetheless will continue as this continues eastbound here in the El Monte area. The map's a little bit off with the streets, but it should update here any second, but still very slow rates of speed. Headlights off, looks like, no, just the flashers were off. He's been turning his hazard lights on and off, but those headlights look a little bit dim, but that could just be the fact that there's no other vehicles or light on the freeway, and that night sun is just so bright from that LAPD Air 18 that's overhead. But you got the four or five LAPD units here involved in the pursuit, as well as about 5 units holding back, stopping traffic, and they're just here to support. Some of those being from the CHP, and then another 3 units that are doing that traffic break, keeping the public safely away from this pursuit as well. And it just continues on here through El Monte, and stopping once again. And, you know, maybe this is the time that the suspect gives up and comes out with his hands up. It looks like he's still fiddling with the vehicle, moving a little bit, and the officers are getting a little more understanding of the game the suspect's playing, and they're not making their way too far out of their vehicles till they know he's going to stop. But they are ready. They have their training. They go through a bunch of training for pursuits, and LAPD, as well as all of our agencies here in Southern California, are some of the best in the world in terms of pursuits, handling pursuits, pursuit intervention techniques, and a lot of it. And they are ready for just about anything, and they can bring in resources for just about anything. Say it's not here, whether that's a Bearcat for a standoff situation where the suspect doesn't get out. Say the suspect runs and they have to track him down. They can bring in canines from either their agency or ask for assistance from, say, the sheriff, since we're in their area as well. But the suspect's not getting away. And even if he thinks he is, the police department's not going to give up by any means. And we're still looking back, and the traffic's going back as far as I can see. And that's so unfortunate that not only is this affecting these officers, but it's affecting the flow of traffic here in the Los Angeles area. And we just know how frustrating it can be sitting on a freeway and not knowing why there's traffic ahead of us, and then to find out that it was a small fender bender or, you know, a pursuit termination is just so frustrating for those drivers who are now going to be in, you know, hours of backup just trying to get to their next destination as we continue eastbound on the 10. Oh, definitely. And in these situations, there are teams that, you know, specialize. Say there is some sort of issue with the suspect, crisis negotiators or different types of negotiators that the police departments do employ to bring these things to peaceful resolutions. But the officers on the ground don't know what's going on until that suspect gets in contact with them or speaks to them in some way. And all they can do, like you're saying, Micah, is kind of guess at this point of in what state this driver is in, and whether they do need help, or whether there is some sort of other agitation inside the vehicle or some other thing on their mind. We don't know. Only the driver of the vehicle knows, and hopefully if they are in contact with someone, that person knows what's going on and can relay that to the LAPD by calling their phone number and giving that information, so that the dispatchers can then give that to those officers on the ground and those watch commanders, so they can deploy the right strategies to help this suspect, say that suspect does need help. But right now we're still continuing on the 10 freeway eastbound. That address bar you're seeing there is a little off, so I'm just going to pull that off just so it doesn't confuse anyone. But you can still see the speeds about 20 miles an hour here as we continue eastbound. And this is getting up to, near these, we're still a few miles, it's going to be a while till we're there, but the 605 freeway is down here a bit, so we're in that area of El Monte, and just working slowly to the east. And this started down in the 77th Division, which is near the 10 and the 110 down that way, kind of borders the 110 a little bit, and it's made its way through Culver City and Inglewood and just South LA area, and all the way down to San Pedro. This started just after 7 p.m., so we're well over 3 hours now, and made its way all the way down to the harbor where the 110 ends. You can see the air unit even slowing down a little bit to get a better peek inside that front window to see what's going on with that suspect in there. But then it turned around, came back northbound on the 110 once it got to Gaffey, and made its way all the way through downtown into Hollywood. They tried a spike strip there. It was unfortunately unsuccessful. Suspect got off the freeway up in just north of the Sepulveda Pass, right at the 101 and the 170. Turned around, went back southbound, and made its way out to the 101 and the 10, where they successfully did deploy a spike strip and at least disable one of those tires. But at this point, like you were saying, Mike and Cher, at these low speeds, it doesn't do much in terms of damaging those tires enough to disable the vehicle. But the LAPD is trying their best and doing all the safe measures they can to end this peacefully. And if not, times on the officer's side, unfortunately, it does impact traffic. Starting to see, drivers on the freeway that are stuck in this traffic getting off and starting to use side streets to avoid this. And that's probably the best route right now if you can't find another freeway or an alternative there, because we're 3.5 hours into this pursuit since we first heard it, and rushed out here in Sky 5, and there's just no end in sight. And even the air units, they're not really calling much out or giving much information anymore, just because it's such even though it's an erratic situation here on the 10 eastbound, it is also very static in the sense that the same thing's happening over and over. And that could become a problem for the officers too, is they get used to this this flow or this rhythm of stopping and starting and things like that, and they get comfortable with that, and then something else happens and they're surprised by it, and that could be a problem too. But they train for that, and they try to think ahead and try to stay on their toes with these situations. But even here in Sky 5, we've been watching this pursuit go on for 3 hours or so now, and this has almost become normal, of these kind of stops and starts, and it's almost like nothing's changed, or it's not weird anymore. But in terms of pursuits, Mike and Cher, we've seen a lot together here, and this is very different from a normal evening pursuit that are usually at high speeds and very nail biting and that way. This one is nail biting in a whole nother way as we are at low speeds, and we just want to see how it ends because we know it has to come to an end, but when and how, those are the questions that we're asking, as well as the viewers at home and the officers on the ground too. Like they want this to end too, just as bad as we do, and they want it to end peacefully with no one and no one getting hurt. Stopping once again, we'll see what happens. And what the officers do is they shine their floodlights, you can see on the A-pillars of those cars, into the windows and onto the mirrors. So the suspect is kind of blinded by them and can't see the positions of those officers as the pursuit continues. But just like we've seen multiple times before, suspect stops, officers get out, get in their tactical positions of concealment and advantage, and then the suspect decides to move on. And so this is just the game we're playing here, 10 eastbound coming up on Santa Anita Avenue here in El Monte, and the cat and mouse games continue. We're still here in that air unit overhead giving reports of what that suspect's doing inside the vehicle. He's still looking pretty agitated, and what he's doing right now is he's going from sitting up straight and putting both his hands on the wheel to stopping. It looks like he's texting. He's on his phone right now, and then off we go. No hands on the steering wheel, and back to 20-ish miles an hour here eastbound on the 10 freeway. And that's one of the great advantages of that air unit overhead, is they can have that better viewpoint, that better perspective, just like we do here in Sky 5, and provide that updated information to those men and women on the ground actually involved in the pursuit. You can see that unit on that on-ramp preventing any civilians or the public from getting on the freeway, as well as they're willing, or just in case they're needed to take over the pursuit or get involved in some way, say backups needed. But this has been the name of the game for multiple hours now, and if like we were talking about earlier, the best way to view this is on TV or on our app, and just staying out of the area, because you don't want to get stuck in between, or even just around in general, a termination of a pursuit. It becomes a very dangerous and dynamic situation where even us in Sky 5, where we see this all the time, we get sometimes nervous of what's going to happen as well, so we don't want anyone getting in any danger. But we're continuing here, again, 1, 2, 3 miles an hour, eastbound 10, and there we go again, that same little formula of stop until the units get in their positions and then getting out. And what the officers have to think about too is, say this suspect does have a weapon, where are they positioning their vehicles to protect themselves? Because if you say you have that officer at the top of your screen over in the HOV lanes, say they are too far out, that suspect can easily turn around and shoot out the window at them. So they have to be very tactical in the placement of their vehicles and things like that, so that that they protect themselves as well. So they're all talking about that, and just using all that training that our officers go through to keep us safe to continue in this pursuit. CHP is still talking about this every once in a while, and they've offered to get involved. However, the LAPD has said, nope, we've been with it this long. We're going to stick with it. Thanks for the help, and we'll let you know if we need you. This is kind of this is well out of the LA City area, and we're in El Monte now, and it's just it's continuing on here at very low rates of speed for the last 45 minutes. This has been the pursuit, and we're just waiting to see how it ends. The traffic is getting a little lighter. I think drivers are getting the hint that it's best to get off the freeway, and so whenever there's an off-ramp that's passed, we just see that off-ramp fill with headlights as people try to get off and avoid this traffic jam that is this pursuit here on the 10 in El Monte. that's right. We haven't seen any indication of any sort of surrender, not even the door opening or window coming down. But LAPD has their training, and they have their procedure that they follow when these pursuits come to a stop, just like they do have their training and their procedures when they're doing a pit maneuver or spike strips. And so they're going to follow that, and of course adapt that to the situation. Like situations like this, we've seen in the past, the LAPD hasn't deemed that as the right option, but we've seen in the past where maybe the officers back off a little bit and we let the air unit just follow it until the suspect gets out. But at this point, the supervisors have decided that that's not the best option and that this is the right tactic. So we have to trust our officers are doing what's best, and they know more about this than we will, but they have more information than we do, and maybe they do know the state or the situation of that suspect in the vehicle. This did start as a gang unit in this pursuit. They are the ones that started this pursuit, so maybe there is some background information that we just haven't been able to obtain yet from talking to the media relations department, but our assignment desk at KTLA is doing a fantastic job of getting information when they have it. And this pursuit continues eastbound 10, right about Peck Road here in the San Gabriel Valley, and same thing, stops and then speeds off a little bit again once the suspect starts focusing on the road a little more. And this definitely isn't a situation like we were talking about, Cher, where those spike strips were really effective. Yes, they did pop the tires. We've seen those deflated tires, at least on that passenger side front, but with the low speeds, that really hasn't diminished the control of the vehicle or the ability of the vehicle to still have power and drive. And the same thing goes for something like a spike or a pit maneuver. That's not the best option right now because it's going to take a lot of momentum and force to use a cruiser to spin that vehicle around at these low rates of speed. And so there is a sweet spot for that. This is definitely not it, but our officers on the ground are really well trained, and they know when the right moment is, and those watch commanders and supervisors on the ground and back at the communications centers are watching this, both on TV, watching the stream, sometimes even from the LAPD.
What's up, guys? Sorry,
as well as listening to all that radio traffic and deeming what the next steps are for this. So we're still eastbound 10. We're through Peck Road, kind of Valley Boulevard area, here in the El Monte area. Probably about a mile or so from the 605 now, so that's going to be kind of the next real option for this suspect, because we haven't seen him get off on any surface streets, but he has made a few freeway transitions, but he usually makes those decisions very, very last minute, stopping once again, and then going speeding up again, so 2-3 miles an hour. This has been the name of the game for, it's crazy to say, coming up on 4 hours now that we've been covering this pursuit from Sky 5 of this suspect who is wanted for having a weapon out of the 77th Division of LAPD, and it's made its way all the way across the Southland. At this point, we might be out at the 57 or into San Bernardino County by the time we get into the 11:30 part of our show time this evening. But all we can do is hope for this to have a peaceful ending, and that ending happens sooner rather than later, so all these drivers on the road can go home, these officers can get back to their divisions, and the freeways can be cleared off for those drivers on the road, as well as the morning traffic, which will start in just a few hours as well. And right now what we're listening to on our police scanners is more officers responding to this pursuit and switching out as primary units to have that fresh set of eyes, those fresh nerves, as you said, Mike, take over this pursuit, so that those officers are being safe, and that they aren't what's called in tunnel vision or bumper locked, as I've heard it referred to, where they're focused so much on the pursuit they're forgetting about the surroundings around them and what happens when the pursuit ends, because all they want to do is stop the vehicle, and that can happen once
hopefully this continues for a little bit, because we got a guy that's not that far away on the ground.
Be on their toes, just as we've been
so that'd be interesting to see him come this way.
Stop and go, like every time the vehicle comes to that stop, they get out because they are ready to work with that suspect to take them into custody. And it's a lot of stress on these officers because they're putting their lives at risk too. Attempting to take a man with a weapon off of the streets to protect the public, that puts them in some danger as well. But still, slow rates of speed, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour. Here, 10 freeway, coming up on exit 31. It's not giving me the name right now, but we are approaching the 605 freeway, and we'll see if he maybe goes south or something, does a big circle. We've seen a few circles, or weird circles, as this pursuit's continued. But stopping once again, they adjust their lights, and he kind of moseys on forward. We'll push in just for a second, see what happens. On the phone again, and
Hey Tech, I saw that. I don't have no Cash App links or nothing. I just do this for fun. I appreciate it though. Who knows, if I get over 1,000 subscribers, I might
600 miles of range
monetize it, but at this point it's not. It's just for everybody's enjoyment.
We just really don't know the capability of this what looks to me to be a Chevy.
But like and subscribe, and anytime you guys want to see some protests, usually I go live whenever there's excitement happening anyway.
What used to be
I don't like just to watch the normal protests. I like it when they get all aggressive.
They have a very minute range, and they can only go so far before they run out. But nowadays, with all the eco-friendly vehicles we have, that whole name of the game has changed, and you can't even base stuff on fuel as much anymore. Or we've seen full situations where in the middle of pursuits, suspects have gotten just far enough away from ground units to stop, put $10 of gas in their car, and keep going for a few more miles. So you never know what's going to happen. Or like you said, the state of the vehicle, does it have fuel? Does it not? Does it start with a full tank? Start with 1 bar left? We don't know. And it's just as we don't know what the suspect's thinking, and what state that suspect's in, what he's reaching for in that vehicle. We still see him reaching around the vehicle quite a bit, fiddling with his phone. Hard to say. It's really dark right now. They'll get those spotlights on him and they'll pull off once again. But same theory, same kind of situation we've seen for hours. Every time we look in that windshield, suspect is fidgeting around, playing with that passenger seat in some capacity, and they are just really worried about that suspect having a weapon, because that is what they stopped him for. So in some regard, they believe that he does have a weapon inside that vehicle, so they are taking all the precautions they can to protect themselves as well as the general public. And we are still continuing eastbound 10. This is working through Garvey right now, and we are sitting right over the 605 freeway right now. So here any moment we'll start to see options for the suspect in terms of direction. And we've been just talking about this traffic backup. I feel like this is a good spot where we can kind of show you that. It's stopped about a half mile back, and just goes back for miles all the way back right now past like Peck Road and things like that, back on the East 10. But drivers are getting off and making alternatives. But you can see, just like here, these drivers probably got off and tried to beat the pursuit, but they're going to be stuck in it once again, because they're going to shut down the on-ramp to prevent drivers from getting in any dangerous situation. But there's those people getting out of their vehicles to shoot video and post this, and that is just so dangerous. Especially, say this stops right now and the suspect gets out and runs and carjacks one of their cars, or worse, they're in the middle of it, and they're in the in the middle of whatever is going to happen at the end, and that's just so dangerous, and not something that we definitely don't advise. Neither do the LAPD. Stay at home, lock your doors, and watch this from a safe spot. We're going to keep an eye on it, but for now, I'm going to send it back down to you in the studio.
See, all the stringers are stuck back there now. See? All of them are stuck back there. The reason why I came here, because this is 605 southbound. I could just jump on the freeway. He's coming up on us, guys, so be ready. And LAPD units are running out of gas. They had like already 4 units back out of the pursuit due to out of gas. They need to turn this over to CHP and let them end it.
Well, we're losing our volume here for these people. Let's see if we can fix this. No, looks like we're going to lose our volume, but at least we're going to see it live coming up on the freeway. There it is. Helicopters have all shut off for some reason. Won't get much closer than that, huh? Oh, oh, oh. Well, that's not me. That is, we have to give all credit to that guy down there. We got this poor guy. He's all stuck in the traffic.
We gotta do this again, dude. We gotta get on.
Sorry. We got this guy all stuck in the traffic. That's a bummer, isn't it? Let's see if we can find any more helicopters here. Bear with me. Car chase, I'm not the one on the ground. I'm the one at home. Showing you this live as it is. Here it is. Don't have much volume. At least we see what's happening. Okay, well. Let me do some clicking and see what I can find for us here. See if we can find something with some volume anyway, huh? Thanks everybody for coming in. I really appreciate it. Let's see if we can find something interesting here on this chase in Los Angeles.
Police have that the suspect doesn't. You can
Uh-oh. Hold on, folks. Let me help you if I can figure it out here.
God damn, look at that giant fucking overpass over there, dude. Yeah, I remember when I used to go to like, when we used to go east to like the casinos and shit.
There you go. We'll have to watch this for the meantime, huh? I'm looking. Bear with me, everybody. Bear with me. Oh, we lost a lot all of a sudden. That's a bummer, isn't it? That's okay. That's okay. What do you say? Oh, there we go.
I'm going to pull out and show you just a bit wider. I'm still watching this in Sky at 5. We've seen that spike strip. Unfortunately, it didn't do much good just because of the low speeds. If the car... The vehicle, but at these slow speeds, it's just kind of walking. It's like walking with a...
Okay, here we go.
It's a little hard to do due to the speeds, but they're not even really considering that right now.
There we go. Now we got something
Due to
live.
safety concerns
Sorry about that.
having a weapon inside that vehicle, they don't want to put those officers in any danger by spinning that car around, and now that driver is facing those officers head on and gives them a little easier of a target. You see the spotlights, those floodlights of those LAPD 77 Division cruisers right
Now we'll have
pointed at the back window and on
two
the
different
mirrors
versions.
of the vehicle, and that's actually a part of their strategy. They are essentially
And I'll keep an
blinding
eye on the guys on
that
ground.
suspect from seeing what's going on behind them, so that that suspect doesn't pop out the window. And if they do have a weapon fire at them, it's a lot harder to see, positions or where the officers are in the car, things like that. So these are all little tactics that the police are using to keep themselves safe, as well as just keep an eye on that suspect too, as they can look through that window a little better. But that air unit's still overhead. LAPD Air 18 took over this pursuit when it was going northbound 101, right about Exposition, kind of making its way into downtown, so that the first air unit could go get some fuel who had been on this pursuit from the start. And they are just making call-outs to those officers on the ground right now. What they're worried about is a possible upcoming on-ramp, and just providing situational awareness to those officers that are involved in this pursuit. So say this pursuit does end, they know what's ahead of them, if they have to worry about any people being in the line of fire, if there's going to be any cars that could be getting into some sort of accident or any involvement. Those are all things that the air units as well as the supervisors on the ground are thinking about. They're trying to think as far ahead as they can to protect as many lives as possible as we, creep at 9 miles an hour here, still eastbound 10 in the Baldwin Park area, just past the 605.
I think the guy from KTLA was a much better moderator, huh? He sounded much better, gave us more information.
That's what we understand. The LAPD has been shining their lights inside the vehicle as well as using the infrared camera on their air unit to look inside that car. And at this point, well, for the last 4 hours, they haven't made any indication that there's anyone else inside that vehicle. So what we understand, it's just that driver. And like we were talking about, Cher and Micah, with that agitated state of the driver and the the long pursuit that we've had, you would believe that the suspect would say, "Oh, well, I've made it 3 hours and they're still not giving up. Maybe it's time to give up." But the suspect hasn't, and that's a bit of a concern. Not only for what may happen for the remainder of the pursuit. But what happens, Micah, if that vehicle does run out of gas or is disabled somehow? Now you have a standoff situation. The suspect clearly hasn't wanted to give up so far, so who knows how long that standoff could possibly go if it goes into that situation. You could have officers out here on the freeway all night for all we know, and so that is a concern as well, just based on the tendency of the suspect to not abide by the officers asking for him to pull over, and the agitation inside that vehicle and the erratic movements both with the vehicle and with the vehicle and inside the vehicle. We just don't know what's going to happen, but you can rest assured that the LAPD, as well as the agencies out here, like the Sheriff's Department here in the Baldwin Park area, as well as the smaller agencies, are aware of this, and they are offering their services if they're needed. SWAT teams, Bearcats, those are available and probably at the ready if this pursuit ends and it turns into a standoff. Just like a bunch of other resources, like if they need another helicopter or a canine or something of that nature, the LAPD as well as the other agencies are ready, and they do what they do best here in the Southland, is they help each other out. We've seen that throughout the past year with all sorts of incidents. One agency is running out of personnel. The personnel are getting tired. Another agency says we have fresh personnel who haven't who can take over for you, and so we see that handoff happen all the time. In this situation, the LAPD has decided to stick with it and just bring in more resources. But as we kind of follow this pursuit into the 4th hour, being so far out of the LAPD jurisdiction out here in Baldwin Park, that's a little tougher to bring new units in. So what I've seen a few times as we've went over the last few minutes is sheriff's units as well as CHP kind of roaming the area, being ready for that call that they need some help to take over this pursuit as this continues. I'm just going to pull out and just kind of go down the line of units. Right now, those 4 units are still all LAPD, but we go back, that's LAPD, and I feel like they are still sticking with this, but there used to be like 8 or 9 LAPD units. Now we're down to 5 or so with that large backup of traffic. CHP assisting right here, stopping that on-ramp to prevent those civilians from getting anywhere near this, and this pursuit continues here eastbound 10, roughly at Dalewood Avenue here in the Baldwin Park area, and just continues eastbound, stopping and starting. Like you said, Micah, LAPD, they have a lot of patience, but this can put anyone on edge, including us, because the big question, like we've talked about throughout the evening, is what's going to happen when this ends. Is it going to end peacefully? The suspect just gets out and gives up, or are we going to turn into a standoff situation? Could the suspect speed off and crash? We don't know. And in these situations, unlike a high-speed pursuit where you would just assume like the suspect's going to crash into something or something like that's going to happen, there's just a whole different set of variables here in this extremely slow-speed pursuit, where just like in this situation, vehicle stops, units get in their position to go into that termination mode, and then the suspect speeds up a little bit again. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, see if we can see anything else through that driver's vehicle. It looks like the suspect is looking down kind of at the floorboard. Not sure what he's kind of leaning on the steering wheel, almost steering the vehicle with his shoulder. And now we got that turn signal on. Really hard to say what's going on in there, but you can bet that air unit overhead has better eyes on it than we do with their infrared vision, and then with that night sun kind of shining that light in there, lighting up the way for that suspect, letting others know ahead of it that this is coming. And then that backup behind just to talk about the traffic, it's shortened up quite a bit. We were looking at like 3 or 4 miles of traffic earlier. We're down to about maybe a mile or so now. People used the 605 to their advantage to take alternates, go down to 60 or up to the 210. But here we go again. Suspect stops, officers get out of the vehicles, and I'm going to send it back down to you for just a second so I can adjust our microwave, and I'll be right back with you.
Maybe he's got to turn his burrito over, huh? Those frozen burritos, aren't they the best?
I'm back, Craig.
How about those bomb burritos, those big giant ones? Those are good every once in a while, but they really mess with your innards, don't they?
Okay, thank you. That's for sure. You could see just like how this continues to go back and forth with the LAPD and the suspect stopping. Those units of the LAPD not even closing their doors all the way anymore. They just assume that this is going to happen over and over. They're just keeping their doors slightly open. And that following online, looking out my window here in Sky 5, and just you know, a few hundred feet ahead, there's another group of people standing on the side of the freeway, trying to get their shot to take a photo or video or whatever they're doing to experience this event. But that's just so dangerous, and it's better to stay at home.
Looks like we have another YouTuber on the side of the road up here a little bit. We'll see what kind of coverage he can give us.
Talk about this with your friends at home rather than putting yourself in harm's way, because if this ended right here, those people standing there right on the side of the freeway are in the line of fire, and now the officers not only have to worry about apprehending the suspect, but they have to worry about those lives as well, which puts a whole nother level of stress on those officers who already are in a stressful pursuit situation with not knowing the state of that suspect inside the vehicle, who's been so erratic for now over 4 hours, going into like almost 4.5 hours now. Back stopped here, 10 eastbound. We are in the West Covina area now, still just slowly creeping along, 10 miles an hour. Traffic still going back about a mile, mile and a half. It's being held back by officers of the Highway Patrol about a quarter, half-mile back from the pursuit itself, just to keep those drivers at a safe distance. But not only is this frustrating for the officers on the ground who just want to move on with their normal responsibilities of their night and take this suspect into custody and go patrol their areas that they invest so much time into, but it's very frustrating.
Can you see me on this speed now?
This is my date. That's why I didn't want to go live. But I'll show you guys. My Sancha.
We've seen spike strips used. And
still way on the pursuit. Still way down there.
The vehicle just a little bit. You can see that suspect in the middle with their phone.
I had to get off and go pee.
Or the passenger side front tire. You can see it's a little bit foggy, a little bit off. That's due to not being on the front tire for those spike strips. Spikes that are hollow, and they just take a chunk of the tire out when you drive over them and just start letting that air out.
So don't really got too many windows going on.
The vehicle goes high enough speeds, we're getting up into the 20s now. You can see that tire begin to degrade because it's not designed to be driven on without air in it, and then that makes the vehicle a lot harder to control. But at these low speeds, it doesn't have quite the same punch with terminating or ending these pursuits in a quick fashion. You see the side street traffic there on that side street right there is moving way faster than this pursuit, and that's just how this night's gone. It's the clearest I've seen the 10 in a very long time, but it's unfortunately not for a good reason. That's just because we're so slow and they're having to hold so much traffic back to safely keep the public safe from this pursuit. We've seen the strategy of those officers change a little bit. We were talking about it earlier. Staying in a safe situation to where that suspects, we do believe from what the LAPD has told us, it does have a weapon. So they don't want to put themselves in a situation where that suspect could shoot out their window and hit a patrol car or an officer. So they're staying in very straight and tight formation behind the vehicle to prevent anything. They still have their spot and floodlights pointed at the vehicle to help conceal their position, as well as you have the night sun over it as well. That air unit calling out what that suspect's doing inside the vehicle. And you can imagine, we don't talk about it often, but those dispatchers are hard at work back at the communication center, still trying to figure out whatever information they can about what's going on in that vehicle. They're also coordinating with all the other agencies, talking to other dispatchers, coordinating with them to get assistance and relief for these officers that have been in this pursuit for so many hours, so far out of their jurisdiction. And it's just, there's so much going on behind the scenes as well as here on the ground to apprehend this suspect here eastbound 10 in the West Covina area. We're still, we just passed, I believe there's a Sunset Avenue out here that we just passed, and we're just working our way to the west. Soon enough we will be, or sorry, the east, soon enough we'll be in Covina proper, and making our way towards the Kellogg Pass into the like Chino Hills, Pomona area. If this continues as it has been for the last 4 hours, very low rates of speed, sticking to the freeways until there's a major opportunity to change. But at this point, there isn't really one until we get to the 57 or the 71 here on the other side of the Kellogg Pass for the most part. But you can imagine the patience that these officers have to have here on the ground to continue to follow this and stay vigilant, because it's easy to get comfortable with the speeds and what's going on, and then if something changes, it might throw the officers out of whack a little bit because they weren't expecting it. So they always have to be ready for that and on their toes, and be prepping for a few steps ahead, but not only just a few steps ahead, but a few different steps ahead depending on which direction the situation goes. And I can speak for myself up here in Sky 5, and I'm sure it's the same for you guys back in the studio as well as those at home. We are all just sitting on the edge of our seats, waiting to see how this ends here as we make our way into Covina eastbound on the 10 at 2 miles an hour now. Mike and Sherry, I'm going to send it back down to you.
All these people, excuse me, all these people are trying to get ahead so they can get them on an on the ground shot. That'll be interesting. Sorry, folks, I was watching the wrong chat. Be nice, people. Be nice.
Appreciate the concern.
Looks like we're all out of sounds again, so we're gonna be on our own. Awful lot of racist crap in the chat. It's kind of disappointing, if you want my opinion. Why can't we all just get along? You know what I mean? But let's see if we can watch something happening to this. Outstanding pursuit. We'll just take a gander around and see what's going around. All these people are gathering around on the side of the road here, trying to get a view. I think we lost one helicopter. Thank you for the compliment there. I'm trying to find something that makes it interesting for everybody. I'm not wild about having it all in one screen, you know. Everything there, I'd rather kind of, you know, see it in a big screen. That's just my opinion. But let's see if we can find another copter flying around. That shows it's live, but it's not. Looks like it's coming to an end over there, though. We got one YouTuber on the ground, but I don't think he's anywhere near everything. But we do got a few trying to get there, so we'll have to just play it by ear. Let's see. Yeah, we only got one. Alright, well. This is it. Hopefully this doesn't die. Bear with me, folks. Oh, looky there. We got another. Oh, no, we don't. We'll have to... oh, is this going to be the end of it? Or is it going to slow down again? Can't tell if this guy's coming up to the back of it or where he's coming up to. We'll follow him and see where he's going. Be nice if this guy in this helicopter, this is what we're just watching here, is Fox 11. I'm not doing much talking.
What's this one?
Well, this is it, folks. Maybe I can find us some scanner feeds to listen to, huh?
Call 1.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. Keep an eye out for more anytime something exciting happens. If you like protests and police versus protesters, check out all my videos. Got some pretty good content in there. This might be a good one. Yes, Daniel, this is real. This is as it's happening. We used to have 3 helicopters, but now we're down to 1. Although we do got people that are on the ground and trying to watch it. And we're trying to let them get into a spot that we can get good video of them. Well, we're watching this channel 11 Fox Los Angeles News. It doesn't have any volume. Oh, we may be coming to an end here. Maybe not. Well, he's driving pretty fast now with no tires on that car. It ain't gonna last very long. This could be the end of it. This could be it. We may be going out in style. See, that front wheels just keep spinning because he can't move too much more. I'm trying to find at the same time the scanner frequencies, but for some reason I can't find it anywhere. Maybe we can get an idea of what's happening that way. This might be it. I wish they can. Oh, you know what? These guys are going to zoom out because in case they shoot them, they don't want to cover it on television. Isn't that terrible? That's not very nice. Oh, that's a bummer, ain't it? Come on, don't do that to us. No, I kept going. Well, that's the only thing we got to watch here, folks. Daniel, I'm not sure why your comments keep asking me to... I have to approve them all the time, but... Thanks for subscribing. What do you think? We're gonna have any excitement over here? At least this helicopter dude can talk, huh? Wouldn't that be nice if he can talk and give us an idea where he's at? Old Fox News was doing pretty good a little while ago. You're from San Diego. They bailed out on it. That's a good spot, isn't it? There we go. This could be it. Well, he's going to try to scoot around again. Thanks for coming, Daniel. Have a good night. This could be it. Hang on to your socks, folks.
To show you how the phone.
Yeah, but what?
Nah, Nick, this isn't no loop. This is a live deal. I'm actually seeing other people go down the side of the freeway. So this is actually as it happens type stuff. So we got this guy trying to get there. I'll show you in a minute. All these people are back here in the back trying to get up to the front so they can see the action. See this guy, he had a partner there on the right he was following. This might be behind just a little bit, but this isn't very far behind. This is a live feed coming from the Fox 11 Los Angeles helicopter. Is he still on Instagram? Or did he turn it off? Oh, what happened to my live thing there?
Copy, bro.
Yes, can I copy now?
The helicopter took a dump on us, folks. The helicopter might be bailing when something exciting is about ready to happen because they don't want to show it on national television. There it is, it's back on. I hope, anyway. That doesn't look like the guy, man.
Other units at?
8307, I have 650 Valley View and Alondra, and Robert 1, Firestone at Trojan. Robert 2, where you said?
I just burned the spot. The unit went in with codes.
My dude's doing some pretty good driving with no tires on those wheels. Pretty soon it's not going to go any further at all. We got this YouTuber that's just about catching up to the rat race. So we'll keep an eye on all them.
Southbound from Alondra. Car has one headlight, the silver sedan, which blacked out for a minute. Following the street racer. He's blacked out. He stopped down on stage, going out to El Paso Avenue.
For you have visual of a vehicle stopped on stage approaching El Paso. Was it silver sedan?
We see with the silver sedan. He's still blacked out. Looks like we're coming out to Beach Boulevard here in a second.
10 for silver sedan blacked out approaching Beach.
I'm standing by at the 5 and in Artesia. Southbound Beach through Tulare. Car's still blacked out. We're at about 80 to 90 miles an hour.
No, this is a different pursuit for CHP.
So we're through Franklin. Number 2 lane, maybe about 80 miles an hour.
Copy, through Franklin, number 2 lane, 80 miles an hour.
We'll have to keep an eye on that one, huh? That's interesting.
Commonwealth. To Commonwealth now. Still southbound in a 2 lane.
Copy, still southbound approaching Commonwealth in the number 2.
S7, I'm on beach now.
S7 on beach. 105, I have 1125 eastbound 10 west of Pacific. It's going to be a gray Titanic Camry blocking the 3 lane with triple lane route, unknown ETA. 103, copy. Copy, I have 1 unit auto center and beach, and they're facing westbound.
That red Challenger that pulled into a parking lot that was just east of the Trojan Way, that's north of Alondra. It was a fenced-in parking lot.
No, these the scanner frequency you're listening to is highway patrol from a different area, I think.
The red Challenger pulled into which park?
So we're gonna find one trying to find one that's talking to this pursuit, and I can't. Sorry, man. Hey, I turned it off for you. Does that make you feel better? Wow. Can you say thank you, Havasu Dan? Exactly, Colleen West. With no rubber on those wheels, you figure you'd be able to spin that thing out by now, don't you? Maybe we can get some from the helicopter, huh? Let's see what we got to say here. Thank you, Gamer Zone. Make sure you subscribe and click on that old like button down there.
Please 10 Benedict Canyon, middle of the foothills here. 1,800, we're on station.
I heard that, but I haven't been able to find him live streaming. Everybody that they suggested is, I couldn't find him. He's not going much further. I could be wrong, but they should have a big old hill coming up called the Kellogg Hill. I don't think I'll ever make it up there with no tires on it. Right now, Jesse, they can do a pit maneuver with no rubber on those tires. I think just slide out, but I think they're afraid because the guy has a gun. Or they believe the guy has a gun. He doesn't have any front tires either. Oh, he's past Kellogg Hill? Well, this may be it. See if we have anybody on the ground checking it out yet. All those line of cars there, you'd figure someone got a friggin' camera in their hand, wouldn't you? Well, this must be it. There you go. Get that Explorer up there and bash it. Come on, how come we can't hear anything in the scanner, man?
From the
9 foot, coming back. I'll be seeing you in a second. Okay, talk shortly, thank you.
No, it was not handled. I verified with the previous unit.
Halo 50, you show code 4 at 18, correction 1687.
Well, that's not the one we're looking for. Miss Eddie may have a gun. It looks like he's trying to get out the freeway. Looks like we got a few other people trying to get there. Maybe we'll get some closer coverage, huh?
$95 negative, still waiting for board up. For 9841, roger.
David Mary 855.
Why did that guy do that? It's gonna be into that. That's what they did last time. We'll keep an eye on it, see what these guys got going on downtown. Sorry about that, folks. We're gonna listen to this guy for a while.
344, no evidence, shots fired.
No, what was that?
Pressure understood, no evidence of shots fired.
That's why the helicopter turned away.
Turn left onto West Temple.
South 80, northeast corner, Woodman, over.
You hate that when that happens, folks. Just when it gets exciting and come to an end, the helicopter has to turn away. Let's see if we can get some information about that shots fired crap, huh? Well. Let's listen to Alien Alphabet for a little while. Why it's not so quiet, huh?
This one. The white one is not a cop. Oh,
Chill out, cop. What are you doing here, man? Beat that chick?
You want to be anything legit? Look at all these my team.
I don't actually. Do you guys have a lot we can watch? Jacob's on 100 right now. What do we got right now? What's going on?
Look at all the neighborhoods. Not even this one. The white one is not a cop.
941, stand by.
Freeway was like fucking.
There we go. We're going to hear the update.
Providence, Adequate, Oracle gas station. Stand by for additional code 370050901.
Maybe not. Here we go. Oh, Jacob's got something for us.
Cars. That's my team. Look at my team, dude. Look at my team.
Unit for the road 34 RD901 identified.
He's gonna stop right. Everybody knows that he's gonna stop right here. That's Logan Paul. Logan Paul in the Lambo. I seen him.
Alright, let's see what's going on here. Maybe it's not over. No shots are fired. Boy, that was...
Unit 19, unknown troubles, Providence, Adequate, code 3050 RD901.
I know, that's one of those YouTubers.
19 Roger,
yeah.
Fulton, 1
Oh, that's a code
It's
for
Logan
shots
Paul.
fired, bro.
And Woodward, just Providence, Adequate.
Oh, yeah? Ah. Here it comes, the Lambo.
Alright, let's get back to some serious crap here.
This is my team. We got Lambos and bitches. We got some Lambos in our team. Woohoo! We got some Lambos, bud. Look at this fake cop. What a fake cop right there. Ah! Fuck off, dickhead. There's Randy saying, nah. He goes behind me. Randy's behind me. I can be part of that. Randy, stop your car! Randy, stop it! Stop it, Randy! Look at Randy! 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 Oh, Randy, you're going too fast! Fake cop! Look at the fake cop! Oh my god! He's getting pissed. Are you a cop? Okay, fuck off. We are our own team. We don't need to be friends with nobody else, dude. We don't need to play kiss ass. Do we? Do we literally have to kiss ass, guys? Do we? Do we have to kiss ass? Do we have to kiss ass? Because if we have to kiss ass, we can't make content like this. We can make content if we don't kiss ass. You just be a dick to everybody.
No trouble with Fulton. Saticoy Therapy gas station. Here was calling for a female that was in a white Ford Expedition with a male. The female was approaching Pierre's vehicle and the line was disconnected and there's no further. Additional 0050.
No.
Thank you, Tech. Oh, what happened? It died out on me.
I'll focus myself. It still looks shitty.
Gotta have other streamers.
Can you see anything? Get out the window, throw the keys out the car. Oh, I can't even hold it steady.
I don't know.
He's going.
What's your question, Mark?
Yeah, he's coming still. That's gonna be it though. It's close, really close to dying. Hold on, let me. This is all the zoom that I get. Dude, he's really in person. In person, he's really close. On the phone, it doesn't look close, but he's really close.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We can't have this.
What? Can't see shit. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. Same shit, huh?
I'm not sure what model it is, to be honest with you.
It gets worse if I zoom out. See the blinker? The blinker in the middle of the screen? That's the car right there. The blinker in the middle of the screen. But we can't see shit. Not even the stringers could get it. Too far.
Yeah, Kenneth. You know,
If I hear gunshots,
I tap into a few of them when they're in the heat of it, but
they're giving kind of commands.
I'm okay to mute them.
But I can't see shit.
Wow, we lost a lot of people that were checking
Here
in
come.
here.
Yep, here comes. The cops got back in the cars.
Why does he take the camera away? Why don't he point the camera at the guy? I don't understand.
Is there a bridge up ahead? Let's go look for a bridge. I need to look for a bridge.
Thank you,
There's a
Monkey,
bridge
for
right there.
coming by, bro. Mark don't have a clue. It could be a battery-operated car. He's been gone forever.
Yeah, that was it. We gotta get it. Oh, they're blocking the bridge over here. The cop, the front. No. What? I'm a real press. I do what it takes to get there. Real press, fake cops. Oh, we're gonna fight right now. We're gonna fight. We're gonna content right now. Ooh, this will scream at me, nigga. You scream at me? Fake cops! Fake cops! Hey, that's a fake cop. Do not stop with them. Don't let them stop you. That's a fake cop. Fake cops! Fake cops! Loud labs! Control your people, loud labs. There are dark cops.
Alright, we gotta find someone else to watch for a
Like a
little
little bitch. He's pretending to be a cop. That's what cops do. Cops put the light on your face. Randy's pretending to be a cop. Oh, so he's coming fast. He's right here. He's right behind me. See what happens when you argue? Oh shit, he's like right behind me. They hate me now. They hate me like a motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. Fuck loud labs, dude.
See what this kind of content this is.
Take your hat back. I'm gonna fucking burn this fucking hat. I'll burn this fucking hat. I'm gonna burn this hat. Burn this hat.
This guy isn't giving us any audio, but
oh, he followed me.
Jacob from whatever he is. Jacob is talking so much smack about me and other stringers out here. Me. And guess what hat he's wearing? Stringers out I'm not trying to start nothing. I don't want to bring his name up. I'm not trying to start nothing. I don't want to bring his name up. And he's talking crap about the company Loud Labs. But anyway, there he is.
We're gonna have a little fight between these two YouTuber dudes. That'd be interesting, guys. Good quality content. I got them both right here. Here's a Jacob stream, and here's this guy's stream. Watch him go over there and punch him in the teeth. That'd be quality content, wouldn't it? That ought to get me a like or two. Look, he's down at the car doing something. That's quality right there. That's got to be I tell you. These guys are nut jobs.
Fake cop next to you. Don't listen to that one or this one.
They're
all fake cops. Exposed.
Well, anyway.
Exposed.
Funny thing is, these guys make a ton of money doing this crap too. You know that?
They have the same right as I have the right to film.
See, that's why you don't do drugs.
Hey, let's watch them fight each other, huh? What do you say? I think they're both covering the chase.
Oh shit! We gotta take my car. Somebody has to my car.
I know there's a group that get together and they're all some sort of
He's coming.
Group for live streaming, and they call each other. They call them all
He stopped.
press, but they're not press.
That's a fake cop. Don't listen to that guy. Yeah, all the two SUVs, the white one and the black one, they're not even cops. The Crown Victoria, the blue one, not a cop.
Boy.
They're for the news. Yep, so they're trying to...
Oh, see, he's talking crap about his buddies. What do you think about that, huh? That ain't very nice.
Don't listen to any of them. Unless you see sirens and lights, then yeah.
Funny thing is, they're supposed to be pressed, but they haven't shown the car once on a good camera yet, you know?
Oh, you're back! You're back! You're back, dude! I think it's a shit show. Oh, his name is Michael. They're telling Michael to turn off the car. Michael, put some gas. Michael, your tire's flat. I think he has AAA. Oh, his window's all foggy. Let me zoom in.
About time,
perfect shot. And Randy
Jeez,
left.
After all this time, the guy couldn't point the camera at the action.
Randy
that was
left,
pretty
dude.
good.
What a retarded Randy.
Just a quick note, we got this other press guy over here pointing his camera at the car in front of him. Holy mackerel. These people get paid for doing this. Oh, so this guy takes his camera off the action.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell me something.
These guys are jumping in their car, but the camera's pointing the wrong direction.
That Chinese guy, the Chinese guy that I saw.
Makes you wonder why they're not employed by an actual company as press, huh?
I get his number or something. He works for the independent media, for the newspaper or whatever. He's really a good person, dude. He's cool. He's fun. Like I get along with him so easy.
I wish the other guy had volume going on.
So easy, dude. He's like amazing.
See, we'll go up to the next exit.
Oh, this car's gonna fuck up. It's fucking up already.
This guy's still waiting on the off ramp. Don't know why he got off the freeway, but he decided it'd be a good idea. These guys are on the freeway.
What's happening
but
here?
they can't film the car driving by.
Hey, go across the road like a chicken, dude. I'm gonna run you over.
Here's a good view from off the side of the freeway, I guess. This is why you need one of them press badges, you know? Stream wall? No, I've never used stream wall. What is stream wall? Oh, you mean with a bunch of streams, bunch of squares on it, doing all the thing? Is that what you mean, Mark? I like to get the full effect of it.
Yeah, that car goes forever. That car literally goes forever. How many cities did it pass through? I got a lot of good
we gotta have someone else that's
this is an amazing night. I would like to thank my sponsors, diapers, Pampers, my sponsor Pampers, and my sponsor
there we go.
Gerber.
Alien Alphabet, he's fun to watch.
And my other sponsor, Tampon, and Yo Blade. Thank you so much.
It looks like he's pulled over there. I gotta get out of here.
Oops, wrong button, folks.
Get shot anyways. It's way too far.
I meant to put you over here.
It looks like he pulled over on the side of the freeway, dude. You guys tell me.
I work with a lot of high-tech.
On the side of the freeway, but... Oh, we did it again, didn't we? No, we didn't. Look at all these people on the side of the freeway and not one of them is pointing a camera at the action. I don't understand. This is why I like to use the find the helicopter stuff. It's so much more interesting. To show cops. Oh, yeah, Reno 911. There you go.
Look what my phone says. My phone says all this time I have 33 viewers. You don't believe me? Look, 33 viewers on top. You see the top?
There's a reason we only got 33 viewers.
What am I looking at? Oh shit, wrong camera. Look at how many viewers I have. My phone says. See that shit? No. 33 viewers I have.
Oh, this must be stressful over there.
I'm following all these cars that are things at me because I'm going so slow.
NBC LA News? Is it on their website or Facebook or which one is it? I'd much rather have them on than this knucklehead.
Is that a cop behind me? It's literally going faster than me? Oh, I thought it was a cop. Here's my new homies. I made like 4 new homies today. Jesus Christ, it feels so good having friends following me and they're following me and everything. Let's go! Yoba! I don't want to end up with Yoba tonight.
On the driver and
this one?
Oh, the car's gonna turn off. The car's gonna turn off. The car's bogging down. It's bogging out. Oh my god, this car.
That's better, huh? Alright, now we'll find people that are there.
when it comes to a stop like this and the officers jump out, you know that the officers are on their loudspeaker talking to that driver, issuing commands. You know, stop the car, put it in park, roll down the window, throw out the keys, show your hands, exit the vehicle.
You're welcome, Ken.
And keep your hands up and normally walk back towards the officers, and then they take the driver into custody. That's what normally happens in a felony stop like this. But the driver has been playing cat and mouse the entire time here, stopping, letting them get out, letting them draw their guns, letting them announce what they want to say.
He's been doing that all night, bailing as soon as he gets up here.
And then the driver simply pulling away.
And none of these YouTubers are there watching this.
Would be the end, but there you go. Yeah, that's what happens. The driver starts to creep away from the officers, and then the pursuit continues. In the meantime,
Hundreds of cars behind this pursuit are just stopped. Fortunately, they're coming up on some exits now. They had the 57 freeway behind them that can give them some relief. But for those trying to get out east towards
this guy was streaming, huh?
San Bernardino or Riverside, they're really out of luck. If you know anybody in this backup, you may want to have them exit the freeway and take surface streets to get around this, and then they can jump on the freeway ahead of the pursuit to get out of that traffic mess.
I heard he was live streaming too, but I have no idea what he's on. Anybody know what platform he's using? Yeah, that's why these helicopters bail. And they say that they'll end up bailing if something happens. They won't show a shootout or stuff like that. Well, if these other knuckleheads would get there and start showing the car, we can see some good quality stuff.
And off he goes. There goes some more parts coming off the car as the driver accelerates to almost to 30 miles an hour, and then boom, stops. More people on the bridge there running to see it go under them. More cars stopped on the side of the road. This is where the car is now getting up alongside the other vehicles there, which LAPD, they do not want to see this happen. They want those vehicles to clear out that are ahead of the pursuit and either exit or just speed up and get away from it.
Yeah, I think they can adjust the delay as well. But we want to see it. I bet you those guys going alongside him are the ones that are on the side of the road trying to film themselves and forgetting to point the camera at the bad guy, you know?
Here you see this car in the carpool lane. That night sunlight lighting it up, trying to tell the driver, hey, move on. You need to get away from this driver here. Again, this driver's wanted for being armed and dangerous. They don't want anybody getting hurt. Eastbound 10 freeway approaching White Avenue. Let's come back in here to look at the condition of that rear tire. It looks like that is really down to the rim and not much tread at all left on that. on that rim. So 3 of the 4 we know have been blown out by the spike strip from earlier. Six LAPD units there in trail, and a couple of civilians there in the front, is keeping pace with the pursuit. They really, LAPD does not want them there. Once again, LAPD officers coming out in their position for the felony stop, and the driver scooting away a little bit. As for this pursuit, it's been on the freeway system for quite some time. Really, it was in the beginning of the pursuit where the driver was on surface streets, but then, for the most part, has been on the freeway systems ever since. The 110 freeway up to the 101 freeway, back down the 101 freeway, down into downtown LA, where the driver transitioned eastbound on the 10 freeway, and that's where we're at now, the 10 freeway in Pomona. And only for a brief moment when the driver exited the 101 freeway up near, I believe it was Universal City, the driver got off and then got back on to the southbound side of the 101 freeway. But other than that, it's been freeways ever since the South LA area when the driver first got on the 110 freeway. So that's the story there. And of course, in those early moments of the pursuit, it was very high speed, very dangerous. We saw a lot of close calls. The driver running red light after red light, stop signs, didn't matter. He'd come up on traffic and would do something similar to this, where he'd slow down and kind of evaluate the traffic at an intersection and pick a lane or pick an outlet. Sometimes when all the lanes were full of cars, the driver would go into a parking lot and then exit the cross street there. We saw that activity early on in the pursuit. And you get a sense of relief when the pursuit jumps onto the freeway, because at least there's no cross traffic.
Makes you wonder if they shot all the rubber bullets they had at the protesters and rioters downtown, huh?
So
they can really come in handy here.
Seems to be a little bit, appears to be a little bit safer, but then, you know, the high speeds come into play then. Good, thank you. Now we're hearing and seeing that the CHP is getting involved in clearing the freeway ahead of the pursuit. Those cars that were ahead of the chase, slowing down, stopping ahead of the pursuit vehicle. Now we're hearing that the CHP is trying to clear those cars and move them along.
Those are those guys we were watching.
In fact, I'm going to come out to a wider shot and show you. That's the pursuit vehicle here. It's moving again, but here, do this real quick. You see that the night sunlight shining on this car to move along that unit right there. I believe that is possibly a California Highway Patrol unit there that shooed that driver off the freeway, because here comes the chase. Now there's a line of about 25, maybe 20, 25 cars ahead of that unit. And he's going one by one up to those cars to clear them out. The airship as well is going ahead of the pursuit and shining the night sunlight on those cars. I'll look at that again real quick, not to take our eyes off the pursuit, but look at all these cars here, and that's the night sunlight that was over the pursuit. Here's the, we believe is a CHP vehicle that is trying to get all these cars to move on out of danger's way, because here comes the chase with a possible armed driver, and they don't want those people down wind of the pursuit like they are right now. So they're trying to clear them out using the helicopter to do that, and the units that are on the freeway. And once again, here we go. The car stops, officers will come out with their guns drawn, and the driver sits there for a length of time.
See, judging by that road, I
And then
think
moves away.
tax dollars need to be
Starts
used.
to
Huh?
move.
You don't need a police to stop that car. Got the road in California to do it by itself.
And there he goes. And there's that activity that we've been seeing all along in this chase.
Oh, great. Now we can go back to watching this game. Let's see what happened here. No. This guy don't have no volume, so we're gonna go back over and listen to
U-turn. Oh, do we got some trash in this box? What kind of trash is around here, dude?
Okay, we're back.
He's coming.
Okay, do you know if anyone's in NOC right now? Because we are likely going to need to change the hilltop.
Normal now. The stringers with police vehicles, they're acting as they should be. So I control the situation now. See? See how easy I control the situation?
Look at all the cars there
fake
that
cop,
have
real
stopped.
cop.
Oh Lord, here we go again.
That's an on-ramp, I believe, there, but all the cars that are trying to get on the freeway, but then all these other ones that have pulled over and stopped to watch the pursuit go by. That's what the officers were trying to clear out. Here's some cars just joining in. Not what the LAPD wants right now. Really just a backlog of vehicles on the shoulder of the road.
He's coming. He's coming. Oh my God, I'm coming. Yep, they're right here. They're right here. I can't get up the pocket. I don't have a vest.
This is one of the guys on the side of the road, a guy with the mouth.
They pass, they get past, they're on an off ramp.
Oh, he points the
It'll be
camera
interesting
forward.
to see if they jump back on
And
the
he takes
freeway,
off.
like speed up and try to get back on the on ramp there.
Oh boy, that's comical right there, isn't it?
Behind me. Hey, I'm still here.
Oh, that's
Hey,
just
I'm like, "Dad, you
comical.
still here? I'm like, you still here?
You're still here? No, he must have left, man. Holy mackerel.
Hey, hopefully we get a bridge. Hopefully we get a bridge we can stand on. That's what we need, a bridge.
I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
know.
this
Look.
guy. I do deeply apologize, but
Everybody's following me. Look, I'm the follower.
the helicopter is bailing on us.
Pulling over behind me. Look, everybody's following. Look, everybody's pulling over behind me. I'm parking. The leader of this shit. Huh? They what? Oh shit, they shot him?
Oh, for crying out loud.
There's not a cop behind you, don't worry. This one's not a cop. He's pissed, dude. Everybody's pissed. Here he comes. Yeah, they're like really close. They're like really close. He's blending in. He's blending in with us. He's right behind us.
Trying to keep track of the timeline on this pursuit.